See how long this day is. Then, the next thing I know, it's morning. Pathetic. I couldn't sleep a wink. I sigh and turn off the ringing alarm clock. Today, no matter what she says, Saber and I are going on a date. My first priority will be to take her to plenty of places so she'll have a chance to enjoy herself. I've been trying to search my mind for the perfect spot for a date, but before I could come up with anything, my alarm went off. I turned the alarm clock on just in case. As hard as I tried, I still couldn't think of anything last night, so I borrowed an alarm clock from Tosaka, figuring I might have to pull an all-nighter. Not that it's done any good. Come to think of it, I've never been on a date. I sigh again. That's sort of a problem. I'm nervous enough, plus I didn't sleep. But I think the worst part is how shocked I am that after staying up all night to think about it, I couldn't come up with a single thing a girl might like. Fine, I'm going to leave it all to chance. I'm just going to take her all over the place and she'll learn what it's like to have a good time. So, by the way, this means that Shiro doesn't know what it's like to have a good time. That's what he just admitted to. Like, he couldn't even say karaoke, bowling, baseball, like, nothing. He's like, what do people do in their spare time? Nothing. I can't think of anything. It's like, because he's saying like, oh, I can't think of what a girl would like. But it's like, it sure sounds like you don't know what a person would like. I'll just take her to cute shops. What? I mean, you know that she doesn't want to wear cute clothes or own cute property. Whatever. Well, I feel like there's a fundamental flaw in that plan, but I've already made up my mind. Okay. There's nothing else I can think of, but what this all boils down to is that today is going to be a day packed with fun, and it'll go on until Saber says she's had enough. I'm gonna check the audio real quick. So I'm gonna go to intermission real quick, just for a little bit. I just noticed something. Okay. That's from the previous stream. So, Ilyasville has not yet awoken.
まだ眠ったままよ。あの様子なら目を覚ますのにもうしばらくかかりそうだけど、今日はそれが幸いしたわね。イリア、起きてればシローの後について回って邪魔してただろうし。そうですね。
今までのようにシローに同行されてはたまらない。昨夜はああなってしまいましたが、今日からは本気で残るマスターを探すのです。シローにはイリアスフィールに構っている余裕はありません。
ああ、そっちの邪魔じゃないんだけど、まあいいか。私が言っても仕方ないし、これはシローとセイバーの問題だし。
I'm just making sure it was what I thought it was about, yeah. Just Rin doing annoying stuff as usual. Tosaka laughs mischievously.
私とシローの問
Tosaka
題
acts
ですか。
like she's not a virgin or something for some reason. No, there's no problem, Saber. We finished breakfast and it seems like a good time to leave. Saber is ready to look for masters, but I'm determined to execute my plan as well. I just need to be a man and tell her. About that, Saber, we're going to go to the neighboring town today. If you have to get ready, I want you to do it now.
マスター探しですか。それでしたら隣町ではなく郊外の方が確実だと思いますが。
Just a reminder. Caster's dead. Berserker's dead. Archer's dead. Rider's dead. And we've been told, at least, the assassin's dead. And there's Saber. So her saying we're gonna go search for masters is weird. When there's only one master left. Lancer. Now, theoretically, you could say the new Archer's master, but like nobody's believing that he has a master right now. And maybe they don't believe the assassin's dead, but like, I mean, you'd think you'd go and check that first, right? Like, hey, why don't we go to the temple real quick just to check it out real quick? No. That's not what we're doing. The two of us are going to go out and have fun today, so that there's no point in us going to the suburbs.
Huh?
Saber freezes. I try to ignore the sound of Tosaka trying and largely failing to control her laughter behind me. I'll get her for that later. Shiro... Oh, yeah.
シロー、それはどういう意味でしょうか。遊びに行くとはシローとリンではなく、その
If I'm going, you're the only one who could come with me, Saber. Tosaka is going to stay back and watch Elia, so she has nothing to do with us.
何をバカな。私とシローが隣町を探索したところで成果は薄い。そのようなことをしても意味がない。一体何をしようというのですか、あなたは。
Saber's pretty clearly frustrated. I kind of figured something like this would happen, but things are looking even bleaker than I thought, since she clearly thinks we're going out to town to search for masters. This is rough. I'm being really clear, but you still don't get it, Saber. I'm trying to ask you on a date. I ignore Tosaka's stare as I speak to Saber. I'm not sure how much Saber understands.
そのような言い方ではわかりません。具体的な内容を提示してくれませんか、シロー。
Maybe words just don't make sense in Japan sometimes. Like the word date is just not a romantic meeting between two people. Maybe like the word date in Japan is just like, we're gonna go out on the town, or we're gonna go visit places is what that means. I think that this is like kind of a small revelation I'm having right now, because like there's always this I don't understand, clarify, and it's like, what? Like every time that happens, I'm just like, what are you talking about? She looks even more irritated, and suddenly it's like a switch flips in my head. There's no sense beating around the bush here. It'd be best if I were just blunt with her.
シロー、町に出るというのなら従いますが、デートをしようとはどういうことなのか説明してください。いくらこの時代に慣れていると言っても、私にも知らない単語はあります。あまり専門的な略語は使わないでほしい。
It's not really a technical term. I can teach you if you don't know, but a date is when someone goes out and has fun with a girl.
は？
Saber goes completely still.
女の子とは私のことを言っているのでしょうか？
She's dazed now, muttering. When I nod yes, Saber looks even more confused.
言葉の意味は分かりましたが、意図が全く分かりません。そんなことをする理由は何ですか？
I wasn't expecting this question. I mean, I know what the point of a date is, but now that I'm on the spot and Saber wants me to explain it to her face, well...
ああ、もうそんならしくない単語を使うから勘違いさせるのよ。デートなんていい？セイバー。デートってのはね、要するに合いびきのことなの。
Tryst sounds really old-fashioned, but I suppose maybe it's somehow a word that makes more sense to her. I don't
シ
know.
ロは遊びに行くって言うけど、
Remember, Saber's also
つまるところ
translating her thoughts to
男の子が
Japanese,
好きな女の子にアピ
so
ール
there's
するチャン
that
スってわけ。
complicatedness. Okay. I cough out loud. Tosaka may be right, but I'm pretty confident that a date and a tryst are two very different things. Well, normally I would think a tryst is like... already in a relationship? Like what would be the term? I mean, just saying dating would be close enough, honestly, though. Basically, it's dating. I would say a tryst would be dating without the expectation of marriage, actually. I think that's actually a lot more accurate. But I don't think it's worth mentioning. From her reaction, it looks like Saber finally understands what a date is. Exactly, Saber. We're going to head to town and we're not going to fight. We can't fight during the day anyway, because there are people around, so there should be no problem with us spending the day however we want.
それはそうですが、しかしあまりに意味がありません。そのようなことをしても、シローには何ら得るものがないのではありませんか。
That's not entirely true, and I wouldn't mind if it were. I've decided to spend the day with you, Saber, so don't worry about me. We're going to go out to town, and that's that. Nothing you say will change my mind, Saber. I look her straight in the eye. Saber ponders for a while, looking serious.
では、私が反対した場合でも、シローは一人で街に出ると。
Yep, I'm definitely going, or everything I spent all night thinking about will have been waste.
それでは、私が付き添わないわけにはいきません。サーバントとして、マスターを一人にすることはできないのですから。
After taking a deep breath, Saber answers in her usual manner. Okay, that could have gone better, but at least I've managed to convince her to come out. I shouldn't sweat the small stuff at this point.
いってらっしゃい。お土産よろしくね。
As we step outside, I make a rude gesture at Tosaka since she made fun of me until the very end.
それで、具体的にはこれからどうするのですか、シロー。
Well, let's just head to the neighboring town. We'll catch the bus at the intersection. The hilly pass is unusually quiet. It's a little past 9 in the morning on a weekday, and the town is starting to come alive, but it must be a little early to be heading out somewhere. There's no one on the road, and it's like we have the road to ourselves. Now that I think about it, I don't feel guilty about skipping school anymore. I've been cooped up in the house these past few days.
当然でしょう。シローはマスターなのですから、おいそれと出歩く方がおかしいのです。
Saber's tone is sharp. Saber following behind me is nothing new, but it feels different today. I feel this immense pressure directed at me, and that's putting it mildly. I can tell Saber is going to be tough to handle. We got on the bus. It would have been stuffed with people about an hour ago, but there's only a handful of people using it now. The only place on the bus are old women with children, so it feels like we have the place to ourselves. Saber, let's sit at the very back. I call out to Saber, who, for some reason, tries to sit at the front of the bus, and lead her to the wider seat at the back. Oh. Saber quietly looks out over the passing scenery. I still glance at her and realize how crazy I am for what I'm trying to do today. Taking the bus to a nearby town is an ordinary thing for me, but here in this ordinary place, something extraordinary is happening. Or, well, I'm finding myself questioning whether I'm actually doing this whole date thing. My mind starts spinning and whirling like some complex cube puzzle. Ah, crap. I'm getting really nervous. It's kind of getting out of hand. Control. I take a deep breath to calm myself down so Saber won't notice. But then, and I know this is stupid, I take another look at Saber. Oh, my heart skips a beat. I hardly recognize Saber as she sits next to me. Or, well, it's less that I don't recognize her than it is that the situation itself is unrecognizable. This is the date. I think I know what's going to happen at the end of the date. It makes me realize that she is something else. She is different. I didn't realize it when we were home. This ordinary, everyday life seemed to me like it's become something entirely new and different just because Saber is here. Her golden blonde hair, her green eyes, those alone are enough to make her overwhelmingly beautiful. This is like going back to Tsukihime and when Shiki was getting obsessed with Ciel's legs, basically. It hadn't really crossed my mind since I never had much to compare her to. I remember the first time I met Saber. I must have been avoiding her because I was too embarrassed to admit that I was admiring Saber. No matter what Saber says to me, she's a girl before she's a swordsman. I didn't know how to react to her, and I didn't understand my feelings for her. I have to admit, I know I sound stupid. I've developed trust and affection for Saber, past a point of no return, and now I've decided to go on a date with her. The order of events is all backwards. Now as I get off the bus, that's spelled with 2 S's, I finally realize what a big deal it is to go on a date with the girl I like. But that's okay. I can only give it my all, so I can't very well take it all back and cower in fear now. I calm myself and try to shake off my ridiculous apprehension. The bus crosses the bridge and drives toward the development area and its masses of tall buildings. I breeze out, almost whistling, and ready myself. The familiar bus announcement tells us that we've arrived at Shinto Station. It's only 9 in the morning, but the area around the station is already busy. Most of the shops don't open until around 10 o'clock, but cafes and smaller bookshops are starting to open. There are already more people here than you'd expect in Miyama, even if it were a weekend. We get off the bus and Saber looks around the area displeased. I don't blame her. She hasn't really agreed to the whole date thing, and everyone is staring at her now. I doubt she loves that. Crap, I should have figured this might happen if I brought Saber here in the morning. But this discomfort is bound to follow us around all day. The only cure for this I can think of is Saber enjoying herself so much she forgets all the awkwardness. Alright, I smack my fist into my hand and look over to Saber. Saber, before we start, is there anywhere you'd like to go? We came all the way out here so we can do whatever you want today.
さあ、別にこれといって興味のある場所はありませんから。そもそも私にそのような選択をする知識はありません。
Oh, and earlier, Shiro said that he was just going to bring her to cute shops. So I'm not surprised that you would forget where we're going to be going, because I don't think we're going to be going to anywhere really memorable at all. Maybe the park, maybe. Are you sure? Well, this is going to be tough. Then I really do just have to wing it. If you don't want to go anywhere and I don't know where to go, I think they're looking kind of grim.
まさかとは思うのですが、何の計画も立てていないのですか、シロ。
Well, I have some plans, but they're a little light on details. For the time being, let's just hit up as many shops as we can. That's kind of hard too. I know some stores I'd enjoy, but I have no idea what girls like. Honestly, if I'd known this would happen to me someday, it'd have been smart to go out with a girl from class at least once. He literally could have just asked Rin as he was leaving, "Hey Rin, can you tell me 3 places that would be a good place to bring a girl?" That's all he needed to say. That's it. And then Rin would be like, "Hee hee hee, so funny."
反論するわけではありませんが、シロはどうかしています。休憩を取ろうという考えはまだいい。ですが、その休憩すら明確な予定を立てていないとは何事ですか。
This is also funny calling this an interlude, since it reminds me of Fate Grand Order, and how in those interludes, it's literally something as simple as, hey, let's go eat some food. Hey, let's go fight some stuff. Hey, let's go to a place you're familiar with. So in reality, they could have just went to like a freaking cafe and flirted or something. That would have been something. Crap, now Saber's in lecturing mode. This is the first time she's ever given me such a earful outside the dojo. She wasn't into this from the start, and I figured all the people staring at her wouldn't help, but I didn't realize it'd be this bad.
かねてからあなたの見積もりの甘さには一言したかったのです。あなたは周りのことは目に入ってるくせに、どうも自身に対する扱いが存在です。結果、祖母を埋めるためにあなた自身が対価を払わなくてはならなくなる。と聞いているのですか、シロー。
I am. Bottom line is that you don't understand why you're here, right, Saber? I know the places I'm going to take you will bore you, so I don't blame you for not liking it. What? I don't. Okay. I said earlier, he could have taken her bowling, or to the batting cages, or to karaoke, or a cafe. But him just saying, "You're not going to like these places, but deal with it." Like what?
いえ、そういうことではなく、私は今はこのようなことをしている場合ではないと。
I know that, but I'm also ignoring that since I've already decided to spend all day with you on a date, Saber. I'm not going to change my mind no matter what you say. That's that. I look straight at Saber. The only thing Saber can do is look back at me in shock. But if you have something to say, I'll at least hear you out. I'm sure you have some things to say, and I'd appreciate it if you told me now. That way we won't have to worry about holding back later on. If you say you don't want to go on a date with me, I'll think of something else we can do.
いえ、何もそこまでする必要はないと言いますか。私はその。
It's odd seeing Saber at a loss for words. Well, if you have nothing to say, let's go. You don't get to get mad about where we go since you don't have any requests. Maybe we should go to an aquarium. I hear those are popular. Actually, that's pretty decent. That sounds good, so I grabbed Saber's hand. Are we actually going to go to an aquarium? That'd be cool.
シロ、文句はありませんが、何も手をつかむ必要はないのではありませんか。
Huh? Well, we're wasting time here, so we're going to run a bit, and I'll guide you to where we're going. So follow me and don't let go.
いえ、こんな状態ではその。
I start running without waiting for Saber's reply. I've been pretty clear with Saber, so no more being pathetic in front of her. For now, I just need to escort her to every place I can think of. Saber's hand in mine, I run through the crowd. Apparently Saber's given up resisting, so she just follows obediently. It's a little before 10 o'clock. We have 2 hours until lunchtime, so I'm going to make the most of that and really knock Saber's socks off. Wait, I'm kind of getting like flashbacks. No, maybe I'm thinking of Fate Zero. Those 2 hours were like a storm. I was just thinking, like, does she like run into an animal that she really likes? But no, I think maybe that would have happened in Fate Zero. First, we tried a boutique I'd normally never go to. Then we tried our hand at bowling. Okay, good bowling at least. At bowling while I taught her the rules. I mean, the rules of bowling is literally you can roll this ball and don't get it in the gutter. Also, don't throw it too hard. So I was right about the bowling. I couldn't find the aquarium, but we fed birds at the park. What do you mean you couldn't find the aquarium? Just ask somebody. Feed birds is fine. We visited an interesting antique shop that ended up being a lot of fun, and I maintained that not going to the movie theater was the right choice. Anyway, I spent the whole time taking her places I figured a girl might like, and it was 2 hours of failure and defeat. I mean, actually, those were pretty decent. It was better than the idea of visiting cute shops. Like, no, this was actually pretty decent. Bowling, antique store, boutique, feed birds in a park. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. However, I tried to spin it. The day wasn't really shaping up to be a date. It felt more like a battle to the death in which the first person to give up loses. Wherever I took Saber, she acted exactly like she always has done. Once in a while, she would fall so quiet, I would start to worry if she was truly angry. Her lack of reaction made it clear she was not having fun, which pushed me to try even harder each time. And so I ran all around the city, desperate to make Saber smile, but noon came before I actually accomplished anything. And, with Saber's reminder that it's lunchtime, I decided to take a short break. However, what is this place? I can't help but blurt it out as we sit down.
昼食なら川沿いの喫茶店がおすすめよ。
That was the only advice Tosaka gave me last night. I guess she didn't want to tell him more than that. So I did as she suggested and picked this restaurant, but I never imagined it would be so pretentious. I mean, okay, whatever. I was gonna say, like, well, it's very British looking, but then again, not as British, not old style British the way Saber is, more like British from 300 to 600 years before, maybe. Take a look at the menu. Luckily, the menu has Japanese translations next to all its foreign text, so I can at least figure out what all the dishes are. Problem is that I've never even heard of any of these dishes, and the prices are outrageous. Where are we, on Mars or something? I have no idea what to order. Stare at the menu and growl. Shiro, I thought we...
Shiro? ここには昼食をとるために立ち寄ったのではないのですか?
Saber looks and sounds a little concerned. Yeah, but this is really not what I expected. I look up, and what I see is Saber looking like a cornered rabbit. Saber?
落ち着かないのなら、今だけでも屋敷に戻りましょう。シローが用意してくれるものの方が、私は好みです。
Yeah, I actually was thinking about that, like, but it wouldn't really be a full date if he just makes her food and then they eat at home. And like, are they really gonna have any meaningful conversation? Like, they haven't had any meaningful conversations the last 10 days during dinner, so... Eh? Does that mean you want to go home?
いえ、屋敷に帰りたいわけではなくですね。今日はひどく緊張したので、普段より疲れてしまったのです。
She's a boomer. She's not used to all this technology and fancy new places. Really? Oh, I thought about going back after we had lunch and a bit of a break, but if you're tired, maybe we should take a longer break here.
まさか、そのようなことはありません。疲れたというのは語弊がありました。正しくはですね。
It is funny though. I was just thinking that for lunch they should go to KFC. Like, I think she would actually like KFC. So it's funny that they go here where they probably wouldn't even give much portions. Saber stops. Fortunately, I'm the one who hears the faint squeak from her stomach. Oh, she could have just told me she was hungry.
申し訳ありません。つまり、昼食は早めにしてもらえると助かるということです。
Got it, yeah. It may not be interesting, but let's order whatever looks okay here so we can get our food quick. It should be easy if a light snack is all we need. I ordered 2 things that seem like lunch dishes and we quickly eat. I wish they addressed what they got, but okay. While I'm drinking my after-meal coffee, I start thinking about what to do in the afternoon. What I learned this morning is that physical stuff like bowling is no good. Saber is extremely competitive. That in itself is good, but Saber's looks already draw enough attention, and when she gets like that, well, she stands out even more. After we finished the game, Saber got sulky because of all the attention she drew. Now we're going to avoid physical activities. Hey Saber, I'm going to ask you again. Is there anywhere you want to go?
私にですか? いえ、特にはありません。私ではわかりませんから、このままシローにお任せします。
Saber lifts her teacup as she speaks. She ordered black tea to have after her meal, and it seems she enjoys its flavor. I hardly serve black tea at home, and even if I did, it'd just be cheap tea bags. Saber must not have been satisfied with the drinks I've been serving at home, since it looks like she prefers black tea. It is funny to say that, since, like, black tea's like the British tea, but they didn't really have that type of tea until, like, hundreds of years after King Arthur's time. Well, I should be more mindful about that starting tonight. Saber isn't doing much. She's just drinking her tea. She doesn't seem particularly happy, but she doesn't exactly look bored either. I guess she's just being Saber. Also, I wish at this point that they'd start calling her by her real name, because they'd be like, hey, there's only one guy left, and there's no real reason that Lancer could take advantage of her being King Arthur, so, you know. I think it would have been a better idea. As sunlight pours in through the window, Saber sits up straight, gracefully sipping from her teacup. It's the first time I've seen her do this, but it seems so natural. It's like I've seen it a million times before. I don't know why I'm thinking that. Saber, at least as I know her, is always serious, only focused on wielding her sword, on fighting. Oh, I get it. It's only natural. I only think of her as the girl who takes up her sword. The moment she sets her sword aside, Saber is always calm and gentle. This scene doesn't feel new or unnatural to me because it's just her being who she is. No matter how skilled a swordsman she is, this is Saber just being normal. Or wielding her sword isn't what makes her exceptional. I once thought while I was dreaming that she was suited for fighting. I don't think I'm wrong there. No matter how great her sword skills are, no matter how many battlefields she's been on, as long as she was really herself, she couldn't have found the battlefield a comfortable place to be. That's why this is how it's supposed to be. Saber is not wielding a sword. She is just resting and unwinding. She belongs in this serene setting. Nothing changes in the afternoon. I take her to every shop I can think of, and Saber follows quietly. At least it's not as awkward as earlier in the morning. Either I'm getting used to the situation, or Saber's given up. She's still quiet, but the more I watch her, the more I notice she looks either angry or not angry, which is really confusing. Whenever I see Saber coming out of a store looking excited, I feel this sense of accomplishment. It really makes me happy. Then, after a careful consideration of what Saber might like, I'm not certain, but I determined this is the shop most likely to please Saber. Okay, so this is where we see the lion, maybe? Although I think we saw the lion before. I don't remember when, though. It was so many days ago, it's been too long. Saber stands in front of the store, mouth agape. I'm not sure if her shoulders are trembling because she's angry or excited. I just can't tell.
Shiro, ここは
I hear this is the biggest stuffed animal shop in town. I've never been here, since men aren't allowed. Wow. Okay, I mean, I guess that's fair, actually, though. I've literally never heard of men in Japan getting stuffed animals. So this is actually pretty legit, actually. Obviously, it's not that men aren't allowed in the store. It's just that most of the customer base are girls, so there's this unspoken rule about men not going inside. And this is widely known, I guess. Besides, there are only girls in the store right now. Saber with her beautiful blonde hair is drawing attention while I'm drawing glares for being a guy. They must all be trying to keep me out of their sanctuary, and I can't agree more. Even I don't think guys should be in a store like this. Well, we've come all the way here, so don't hold back. Let's take a look around. Do you have a favorite animal, Saber?
その主に獅子やヒョウなどは愛らしいと思っているのですが、おかしいでしょうか。
I find myself turning away and fighting not to laugh. I'm not sure why Saber liking lions is strange.
シロ、今の行為は不自然です。何か言われのない怒りを覚えるのですが、私の気のせいでしょうか。
No, sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. A lion is just so perfect for you.
人の趣味を笑うのは良くないことです、シロ。それにライオンも悪くありません。
And I said, I'm sorry. To make it up for you, I'll take you somewhere good, so don't get mad. Try to fight down my laughter and walk into the store. Let's see, looks like animal stuffed toys are over there. And it takes about an hour to get from one end of the store to the other. Well, as you walk slowly. I watch in silence as Saber stares at the stuffed animals while I worry about the dozen or so sets of prying eyes staring at me from around the store. I've never been so exhausted in my life as I am today. The terrifying thing is that we've only made it through half of the store. Saber frequently is paralyzed. That is, she often stops and stares at a stuffed animal. Even after all this time, we're only halfway through the store. Saber seems very interested in the other half of the store, so I guess I'll just have to hang around while she does what she wants here.
シロ、どうしたのです、ため息をついて。歩き通して疲れてしまったとか。
Yeah, I'm just a little tired. I usually don't get so tired easily, but today's special. I guess I should be careful about doing things I'm not used to doing. I heave a sigh. I don't mind people staring at us when we're just walking around, but I'm uncomfortable with it when we're in this girly shop. When you're mentally drained, the first part of your body that feels it is your legs. What about you, Saber? This must be your first time in a store like this. Let me know if you get tired.
確かに私も落ち着きませんが、シローの方が居心地が悪そうです。ここだけではなく、先ほどの店もその前の店でもそうでした。まさかとは思うのですが、シローは自分で行きたくない場所を選んでいるのではないですか？
Suddenly, those words dispel all the worries and mental exhaustion I felt earlier. Yeah, honestly, I might have chosen a bunch of places I wouldn't normally go.
やはりどうかしています、シロー。慣れないと分かっていて、なぜこのような場所ばかり選ぶのです。それではあなたが。
It's the sort of place girls like, right? I was the one who made you come with me, and it's your day. Besides, it's not so bad. Since you're with me, I'm with a beautiful girl, so I don't look completely out of place. Old stares directed at me aside.
何をバカな。武装していなくても私はサーバントです。いかに非戦闘時だからといって私を女性扱いする必要はありません。普段通りサーバントとして扱ってください。
You're the one being absurd. You are a girl. I'm not going to treat you differently today unless you feel like I am. He's bewildered. Saber's mouth hangs open as if he's only just now realizing this.
いえ、同じです。あなたはいつも通りのシローでした。
See? No need to worry about me. Let's keep going. If you're going to buy your favorite thing in here, you still have to see the other half of the store. Take Saber's hand. She offers no objection as I tug her along. Oh, that is right. Oh.
初めからそうだったのに、今になって気がつくなんて。
Saber murmurs to herself, sounding dazed. I'll be right back. Maybe we'll see it in a second, but yeah, I'm surprised that we didn't see any stuffed animals. I wanted to show you real quick. So I was looking at the original anime, and I found some scenes. Let's see. Is this the right one? That's not the right one. Wait, maybe this is the right one. Well, whatever. Wait a second. Wait a second. And then... Okay, so this is... So first of all, this is a scene from... I'll just put the volume really low. This is a scene from the original anime. So I didn't realize, because this was, episode 8 of the original anime, which is what I watched first. Or second. I forget it was 0 or this one. But so they did have Shinji's house in this first season. But I didn't realize it because this meant nothing to me. It was like, oh, we went to Shinji's home. Yeah, okay, so. And it's like, oh, this held like 0 significance to me at the time. Because like, it is episode 8. Oh no, no, it's 24 episodes. Yeah, it's 24 episodes. So, episode 8 is where you have him meeting Shinji. And then, so you actually do have this whole scene. But it's weird because, like, you meet Ryder here and then, like, 2 episodes later, he fights you. He attacks you. So, like, that... So yeah, actually, that was in the anime adaptation. And I didn't realize it. Yeah, of course, well... So, I would actually say they didn't compress a lot. The bigger problem, and it's been mentioned many times, but I didn't fully understand until I started playing this playthrough, is that this is combining at least the parts of the Unlimited Blade Works route and the Fate route. So this episode, I mean, I think that was the only big thing that happened, really. Yeah, this is where I think Sakura first meets Saber and Rin. And then wait, what was that? Oh yeah, and then this is when Saber goes to fight Assassin for the first time on the steps. But yeah, the main thing I wanted to show was like, oh okay, they actually did have Shinji. Wait, what's this? All right, that was in the archery area. I think that was in the archery club area. But yeah, they actually do have his house, but it felt less dramatic to me when I first watched it, because it was like, I don't know anything about Shinji. I don't know anything about his servant. I mean, even after all of the Fate route, and then even after the Unlimited Blade Works route, I didn't know this was Medusa. I didn't know this was Medusa for a really long time. Like, I didn't know, I watched Fate Stay Night. Or no, sorry. Okay, the order I watched it was Fate Zero, then this one, then Unlimited Blade Works, and then Fate Apocrypha, and then Fate Grand Order, and then the Heavensfield movies came out years later. But like, I knew that this was Medusa before Fate Grand Order. Or no, sorry. No, I knew before Heavensfield. I don't know if I learned during Fate Grand Order, though. I think I probably just looked up a whole bunch of stuff about this servant, because I was like, who was she anyway, kind of thing. And I think when I looked into it, that's when I found out she was Medusa. And then I was like, wait, but why isn't she using her eyes to freeze people? And then that's a whole thing that gets explained in Heavensfield, sort of. And then, yeah, I wanted to show this a little. So this is a bit of a jump, but I think this is Unlimited Blade Works, because this is episode 18. We have the teacher, who's the master of Caster, fighting. So logically, this has to be the Unlimited Blade Works ending, I believe, where they go to the shrine, and they have to fight Assassin here, and this is the part I don't remember. I don't remember Sakura being in this outfit. Like, what? Like, what the heck? Like, is this an Unlimited Blade Works? I don't remember this. Or is this going to show up later in the Fate route? Or is this the other thing. I was like, did they put this in here to somehow put elements of the Heavensfield route? Because the whole reason why she's here is that somehow Caster realizes that Sakura is potentially a Grail, so then she wants to use Sakura. Now, I don't remember why she wants to use Sakura instead of Ilya, though, so that's confusing. But yeah, Saber actually beats Assassin in this adaptation, so that's why I was like really confused, because like, so she beats Assassin in the Fate route, and then in the Unlimited Blade route, she beats Assassin again. Like, it's really boring. Whereas in the real route, so you barely see anything that Caster does, and then Assassin's taken out of the situation. So it's like, oh, that's way more interesting, because you just know nothing about Caster and Assassin, really. And then you learn everything about them in Unlimited Blade Works, and then they're dealt with early on in Heavensfield. But yeah, so I think that was the only thing I wanted to show from this episode. Wait, the Mata was what's here? Oh no, maybe she was like talking about, oh yeah, this is where they kind of mentioned some of their backstory stuff, I think. Wait a second. Like, cause I'm like, wait, the old man Mato's here? I think she's being like controlled by Caster. What is that? World's End. World's End. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, this is a flashback to Fate Zero. Kinda, sort of. I mean, this isn't really what happened, because we didn't see Sakura leave and go to the Matos in Fate Zero. It was just kind of like, I sent her away. You'll never see her again. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, and then they're fighting. And then she stopped. Yeah. So, okay, so here's where the funny part gets. So yeah, that was just the introduction thing. So this all happens, you know, this whole climax with casters happening. I mean, I don't know if this even gets, again, I don't know exactly what the fate route is, the finale is, other than it involves, you know, the former archer. But like, what is this place down here? Why does this look like Greek ruins? Like, why is there Greek ruins underneath the shrine? I guess I'll have to read the Unlimited Blade Works. Well, actually, it says this temple is an extension of myself. Well, can you destroy an entire city? So somehow she like created a city. Yeah, I guess that's possible for her power. I mean, I don't know why she would do it though. So then this is, so here in the finale of what would, well, yeah, this is why I'm like kind of like misremembering some stuff at the end of Unlimited Blade Works. But I'm pretty sure this happens in Unlimited Blade Works since Caster is dead in the Fate route. So he shows up, and then this is when he kills her. I actually remember this really well. So, and this is exactly what she does in the Fate route, where she creates a shield. Although it lasted longer, I don't know why. But then he had to use some special blades. I like that. I like this. Instead of every single weapon actually going through her shield, which is like, what, really? No, he actually had to use a few specific blades to get through her shield. Okay, that's legit. A little more specialized rather than just, I just throw the weapons and they go through your shield. Screw you, you know? Yeah, and this is when they met up. So I actually remember this more than anything else, because this was like really memorable. This was really interesting, and especially since she was covered up and now you actually see her hair and stuff. I'll have to go back and no, she played dead for a little bit in the Fate route. Yeah, yeah. That's why I'm like wondering, like, maybe this is just what happened in the Unlimited Blade Works route, because I remember Caster being a big deal in the UBW route. But then it does finish off with Gilgamesh. So I assume this right here is entirely Unlimited Blade Works. But at the same time, it's very reminiscent of the Fate route too. I mean, it was just as much. Okay, you know what? So I like this better because in the Fate route, he shows up and then Caster starts being like, oh, you're not supposed to be here. How dare you be here? And then he's like, shut the fuck up and I'm going to kill you now. And she should have known better. Like, she's smart. She's so smart. And yet they make her look so dumb in the Fate route. It's like, no, she would have shut up and she just would have left. And she would have probably gotten away. You know, he would have been a little offended, but he wouldn't have been that offended. Anyway, so this is kind of funny where like all these things are coming down and she's like, I saved him. Ah, yes. Oh, it's so nice that I was able to save my love. He was such a nice guy. And then, so he looks fine, right? I still remember. I'll always remember this. Last time I watched this series was like 10 years ago, and I still remember. It's like, oh no, he did get stabbed. I mean, how did he get stabbed when she was in front of him? I'm pretty sure that all the swords were supposed to be through her body, and then we're still hitting him. But whatever. It would have taken away the nice moment or whatever. Oh, what was that? A foolish woman? What? Oh no, she's talking to Saber. Yeah, I don't really know. How dare you make me wait? It's like, yeah, and then they take Sakura away. So I am wondering if Sakura is going to be part of the Fate route. And then this is when they talk about the Fate Zero. See, that's the thing. This is when they talk about Fate Zero, whereas they've already done this in the Fate route. So I assume that this is crossing over with Unlimited Blade Works a little bit here. Yeah, see that. Oh, wait. So then it's like, yes, 10 years ago, my master was Kiritsugu. Yes, we had that last stream. So here, you just see Kiritsugu with the gun. I like that you see the gun here. Because in the... Because as far as I know, unless they show it in a later route, in the Fate route, they didn't show that Kiritsugu had a gun. And a gun does seem really bizarre in a in a mage battle. So it's like, wait, what's he doing with that? He was a killing machine. He was so bad. But yeah, right here. So they show them fighting in the fire here, but it makes no sense because, like, what? Saber was already gone by this moment, so, like, what the heck is going on? And then he was like, I hated that he made me destroy the Grail. And then this happened at the end of the last stream when he goes to talk to Mine. So this is the moment I'm waiting to see. I think it's going to happen at the end of this. Right now, I think, maybe. Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to happen right this second. We'll see. The uncomfortable day passes by in a flurry. Saber never laughs, not once during the whole day, so neither do I. No part of the day was particularly memorable, but neither was there any painfully boring aspects. Basically, nothing significant happened. The way it went, maybe Saber would have been happy if we'd stayed in the dojo and trained together. But today wasn't all that bad either. Even if it didn't end up being all that exciting, I should be proud that I at least managed to take Saber around. After the war is over and once everything goes back to normal, I don't want to look back on all this and realize that all the time I spent with Saber was in combat. Really? I'll have to look into if Nasu said that. I'd believe it. There definitely are some interesting things. I feel like there's certain things that well, yeah, I mean I don't know how many things actually matter that they weren't precisely accurate. Yeah, like why did okay, yeah, think about this, you know, Fate Zero is already it's a different timeline, sure. Think about this though. Because Fate Zero is still considered a goated anime. Imagine if that final episode had a Saber versus Gilgamesh fight at the end. Now I don't know how it would end. That's a big question. But still, you know, you brainstorm ideas and come up with an answer. But yeah, that would have been like a crazy ending. Like they're just fighting in the middle of the flames and. But here's the problem. Why would Saber not use Excalibur? And just, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I would think that Nasu did approve Fate Zero, though. I don't know. Maybe the book was made and then he didn't read through it, though. Yeah, I could see that. That's true. Really? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Well, I mean, no, they said it even in Fate Stay Night that Saber would sacrifice villages. The whole point was like, hey, we need to use up the resources of these villages, which dooms them, to continue the war. It was unavoidable because that was what warfare was back then. You can't just have a perfect king who just never inconveniences anybody for any reason. Like, like you still need food during wartime. Well, the enemy's probably gonna be stealing most of your food, right? Yeah, they talked about that like 1 or 2 streams ago. Yeah, that is true. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, in Fate Stay Night, they mentioned that Saber would be willing to do that. In Fate Zero, they do definitely make her way more wishy-washy. Like, I don't think they ever implied that she did anything bad ever. Like, they never really talked about her methods, though, to be fair. But I don't think they ever said, like, you never did anything wrong, Saber. Like, I don't remember anybody complaining about how Saber was portrayed, though. I don't know. It kind of just depends how you break it down, though, because like everybody really just talks about the conversation between Saber, Alexander, and Gilgamesh, and how how they want to protect their people or whatever, how they rule their kingdoms. Where Gilgamesh is like, everybody's working for me, and Alexander's like, we're all working together to achieve my dream, and then Saber's like, we're all working together for a better future for everybody. So in that way, I think it's more interesting because it's like you have Gilgamesh the dictator, Saber the socialist leader, and Alexander, what would you call that? Yeah, an emperor, an empire. Yeah. Yeah, everybody talks about that more than anything else. Even if this entire date was stupid, she needs to spend some time doing something other than fighting. There's no point in her being here. Or there's no point in being here. So yeah, I should be proud of myself. The end is near. When everything is done and when there's no need to fight anymore, if Saber can look back on this moment, that's enough for me. But yeah, that's right. So if Castor isn't going to be here, then Sakura can't be coming back. Unless Gilgamesh is going to do something. I'll just start calling him Gilgamesh. Saying the old archers is just kind of silly to say that. But yeah, like, what's Archer's plan in this? I would assume use Ilia. Because as long as Ilia's alive, she's useful to everybody. Somehow Castor returned. I will be very impressed if that happened. I call bullshit, but I will be very impressed. We walk back home. Just as we're trying to get on the bus, we're to walk home. Saber finally voices a preference. The winds are picking up. The brilliant sun is set, paints the bridge red. Saber notices something, stops and looks over the bridge into the river. She's looking at a mountain of rubble. I say it's a mountain, but the pile isn't really that high. Steel frames and other things are piling up just a little below the water level. It's only slightly disturbing the flow of the river. I don't know what happened, but some boats probably sank, then pieces of it drifted here. I hear some of the neighboring residents have been complaining, trying to get rid of the pile since it's so unsightly. What is it, Saber? Did that catch your attention? Interesting. She has to be talking about when she used her Noble Phantasm on Castor, because he was a big monster thing. Whatever. Well, that would be interesting to look back at Fate Zero about. Like, did they actually show her hitting the ship? I don't think so, though. Huh? Struck with Excalibur? Yeah, Gillis, yeah. It is funny, though, now that you mention it. Right here, she's even admitting, hey, yeah, I used my Noble Phantasm. Luckily, nobody was on the ship. It's not like they checked to see if anybody was on the ship. If people were in the ship, guess they're dead. So, yeah, there is that. Like, you know, obviously she would feel bad, but, like, was it necessary that she used the Noble Phantasm and nearly killed a whole bunch of people? Oh, okay. She is like, I feel bad. But still, like, again, if people had died, then she'd be like, oopsies, I feel bad. Like, okay, well, why didn't you just try not to do that, though? You could have used your Noble Phantasm without damaging the ship, right? I should be more careful. When we use Excalibur, I need to be mindful to use it somewhere there's a lot of open space, like out here. Like out here. I assume this is going to become into relevance later. Like, for instance, if they're underground, don't use Excalibur. Which, now that I think about it, Heavens Feel, Saber doesn't use Excalibur when she's underground. And she probably would have won if she could. There was a big fight down there. It's like, oh yeah, I guess that's why she was at a disadvantage there. No, I'm not mad. I'm just surprised. Plus, it's a reminder that there are still remnants from the previous war. Compared to the wasteland at the Central Park, the amount of rubble in this river is nothing. Though I guess the ship's owner might not come out of that so great.
船の持ち主には保険が下りたと桐次が言っていましたし、もともと緩衝材にするつもりで船を止めさせたのですから、船体を壁に見立てて砲具の威力を削いだのですね。
Sounds overly convenient. This, by the way, is mentioning how Kiritsugu and her talk, which isn't what happens in Fate Zero. In Fate Zero, they talk like 3 times. Does that mean you destroyed the ship knowing it was there for that purpose?
承知していたわけではありません。
Nope.
あれは桐次が私に黙って用意していたものです。
Kiritsugu had that prepared? That doesn't even make sense. Now this sounds dumb. Like, he knew there was going to be a fight in the river, so he parked a big ship there so he could use the Noble Phantasm. No, that sounds stupid. That sounds really stupid.
そうですね。桐次には戦いの流れが読めていたのでしょう。船を用意する前もその後も一言も口にしなかったので
I do like this represents, though, what Kiritsugu would do, though. Like, that is true that would be something generally what he would do, because he had complex plans, like blowing up buildings and stuff. But he wasn't so good that he could predict that there'd be a giant monster in the river and that you'd have to use your Noble Phantasm and then you'd have to hit the ship. Because first of all, he didn't want to use the Noble Phantasm because it'd reveal that she's King Arthur. So, like, what do you mean he planned it? He wouldn't want to be using the Noble Phantasm in that situation, no matter who it was against. Like, now, maybe if you were going to kill 2 servants, maybe it'd be worth it, but... And then Saber looks down at the river, probably thinking back to that earlier Holy Grail war. The surface of the water glitters with reflected sunlight. The wind coming from the river flutters Saber's hair. She's so beautiful. You're so hot. Saber, did you have fun today? You're so hot today. I'm suddenly scared Saber is going to disappear, so I ask a question that's probably better not to voice. Oh.
はい。何か言いましたか、シロ。
I did. I asked if you had fun today. I hold my breath. Saber looks a little confused.
そうですね。新鮮でないと言えば嘘になります。
She says it fondly, like she knows she'll never have another day like this. Which is exactly why I already knew her answer. The only thing left for me to do is nod in agreement and then walk her home. At the least, things can still go back to normal if I leave it at that. I see. I look at Saber and nod. Then let's come back. Let's come again. We'll have other chances to do something like this. It may be a dangerous thing to say. Saber's expression hardens. I think she realizes what I'm trying to say. She looks directly at me and silently shakes her head. There will not be a second time. This happened today, and that's where it will stay. Why not? I know exactly what Saber's going to say. I know I won't be satisfied with her answer, but I ask anyway.
なぜも何もない。サーバントは戦うために存在するものです。今日のような行為は自らの存在を否定することになる。シローが休憩すべきだと判断したから従いましたが、もうこの先は体を休める必要はないでしょう。残る敵は少ない。シローが命じるなら今すぐにでもランサーを探し出したいほどですが。
She focuses on me, eyes blazing with her fighting spirit. Saber is saying that she can head into battle anytime if she is ordered to, and that really sets off my anger. What the hell? Are you really that eager for a fight? Yeah.
戦えば戦うほど聖杯に近づくのです。
Oh, right. That's why. Right. I just remembered. It's like, oh yeah, that's why Ilya's unconscious. I knew during the caster situation what was going on, but then I just remembered. It's like, oh right, she's not gonna wake up probably. Wait a second. I'm also getting like a flashback of Rin defending Ilya and failing. I guess we'll see who kidnaps her. Yeah, okay. Maybe this still did happen. What? That's so weird. Maybe this did still happen in the anime. Just the anime did like a little bit of a side quest of showing the whole caster situation, which was very Unlimited Blade Works like. And then from what I showed you, they then transitioned into Gilgamesh showing up and being important after Castor is dead, and everything that happens after that is going to be the Fate route. So it's like Fate. We want Assassin and Castor, so here's unlimited blade work stuff, and then Fate after for the last 3 episodes or something like that. I think that might be it. I mean, that'd be funny if that was it. If that's all the differences, like it's like, oh, then people are really whining. Then it's like, oh no, the creators wanted to show off 2 characters that were straight up not going to be in the show otherwise. Yeah, that seems reasonable. And I think that they did show the Archer versus Hercules fight a little bit in the anime as well. I don't remember how much though. Of course, the more I fight, the closer I get to the holy grail.
戦闘は何よりも優先すべきことです。それは素人で分かっているはずですが。
Yeah, I know, and it doesn't make sense. I've been wanting to tell you, you're contradicting yourself. You keep saying fighting is important, but you've never once thought you wanted to fight. You've got no other choice, so you're just fighting because you're forced to.
そんなことはありません。私は戦闘をためらわない。勝利するためならば、手段は選ばないと言ったでしょう。
Yeah, she did say that, but that doesn't mean she likes fighting. As long as you can manage right. Listen, Saber, if all you needed to do was defeat the other masters to get the Holy Grail, you would have done that already by attacking innocents like Ryder, but you won't do that. I'm sorry, oops.
それは。
It's not that you don't want to involve innocent people. You know very well that people die in battle. That's right. That's why you wanted to minimize the fighting. Once you start fighting, people die, which is why you wanted to end it as quickly as possible. In other words, you're just scared of there being casualties in these battles. That's actually pretty reasonable. She is kind of known for winning quickly when she was alive. When she fought Vortigern, it seemed like... Well, then again, she united Britain pretty quickly. So, yeah, like, once she had her army, then, yeah, just gather your forces, let's go. Saber's eyes grow wide, like she's seen a ghost, but quickly narrow. She grits her teeth.
違います。私は戦いを怖がってなどいません。
Yeah, you're right. You probably haven't been afraid from the start. But that's only because you squashed all your own feelings, like fear, beneath your duty and dignity as king. Ridiculous. And yet you don't want to fight. You were just good at it, but it's not a talent you actually wanted. Look, I'm going to be blunt. You're not fit to fight. You never wanted to take up the sword in the first place. You're just saying it's what you want as a way to talk yourself into actually doing it. On top of that, why didn't anyone around her, even herself, figure it out and just say something?
シロ、いくらあなたでもそれ以上の侮辱は許しま
That's
せ
a
ん。
really stupid thing to say, considering that they were literally being invaded by attacked by Vortigern. It's like, hey, there's a giant dragon that's gonna kill all of Britain. But Shiro's like, you didn't really want to take up the sword. It's like, she wanted to protect people. That seems perfectly reasonable. Like, from Shiro's point of view, he doesn't, like, believe that somebody would do something out of necessity rather than preference, I suppose. I mean, he's kind of saying, like, well, you didn't want to do this, but it's like, but it's for survival, so, like, I mean, I guess you could argue, like, she could have stepped down as king, but, like, that seems unreasonable. Also, this all can be said about Shiro. Like, it's not like Shiro likes fighting either, so... But he kind of ends up fighting a lot, doesn't he? You can't stand it because it's the truth. If you admitted it, you'd never be able to fight again. I mean, I assume that is, like, the theme of this route, that Saber and Shiro are largely the same type of person. But it's weird because it feels like that's not quite true in the later routes. It feels like there's more to it. I don't know. I mean, it's just difference of circumstance, I suppose. The Saber's circumstances were just different. If Saber was born in the modern day, maybe she would do the same thing as Shiro, maybe, if she was in his position. I hear a grinding sound. Saber is glaring at me, trying to hold back her anger. I can't back down now. I know I'm right. I can't back down. So you should stop. You wanted to stop. You know you're not fit to hold a sword to fight, so just quit. Stop being a servant and do something that suits you better. It's not too late for her to try to find whatever real human happiness she's always wanted. And for that, I would.
私に戦う以外の選択肢などありません。この私は聖杯を手に入れるためだけのものです。
But yeah, it's really weird that like Shiro doesn't even consider, hey, she feels guilty about all those people that died because of her. Like he was already told this, and yet for some reason he's acting like, just, you know, retire and just pick up a hobby, bro. Like
王
what?
の誓いを守るためにこの身を差し出した。それ以外の自分の使い道など私には許されない。
But I have heard though that this route is Shiro at his most childish, and then Unlimited Blade Works is like him as a teenager, 20-year-old, and then Heaven's Feel is like as a full adult, like choice-wise. So that does make sense. Like he becomes more pragmatic as the routes go on. But here he's like, why don't you just not fight? And it's like, first of all, I already did an entire lifetime and war and stuff. I don't even think that he's aware that she is like 25 to 30 years old. I don't think that's ever been mentioned actually directly to him. Like it's been inferred, but I don't think he directly knows that. She's just an object seeking to obtain the Holy Grail. That's what ticked me off the most. Why does she talk like she's only trying to convince herself? Everyone around her took her at her word because she kept insisting on stuff like this. You idiot, that's not true. There are plenty of other ways to live your life. You're here in this age now. It's not like back when you were alive. Like sure, but like she's dead still. Like yeah, you're a ghost, but like you can still pick up hobbies. You should try to live your life for yourself. Don't make the mistake of using the Holy Grail. I mean, she'd have to use the Holy Grail to get a real body anyway. Whatever. What I say next is what I hope for most. Forget about the Holy Grail. Don't use it for anyone else. If you're here, you need to live here happily. My ears pick up the sound of wind. Saber doesn't answer. She doesn't nod. She only looks straight in my eyes.
その言葉にはうなずけない。私はあなたに従うと契約した。だが、心まで預けたわけではありません、マスター。
Saber speaks slowly and clearly.
王の誓いは破れない。私には王として果たさなければならない責務がある。アーサー王の目的は聖杯の入手です。それが叶おうとも、私はアルトリアに戻ることはないでしょう。
I heard her say Artoria. I heard it. I heard her say it. By the way, I thought I had actually modded it so that this would be fixed, but I guess not. I'm gonna try to save this just so for later, so that if I do mod it, I can check whether the mod went through. Yeah, I could have sworn I fixed it. Darn. But like, yeah, I mean, mods sometimes they're like, it's so easy, and it's like, well, mostly. It's not super simple. Wait a second. Sorry. There we go. Artoria. But yeah, I heard her say Artoria. I heard her say it.
私の望みは初めから一つだけ。剣を手にした時から、この誓いは永遠に変わらないのですから。
What are you talking about? That's not what you really need to do. You will never be rewarded for what you did, and that's wrong. You don't need the Holy Grail. Besides, Saber's wish won't come true. What's already happened can't be changed. I mean, maybe it could be, but okay, I guess. Saber, you can't redo something that's already happened. Or at least you shouldn't. I know you've already figured that out.
いいえ、決してそんなことは。
Then I'm going to tell you, no matter how bad it ended up, you can't change what's happened. Asking for a do-over just because you didn't get the result you wanted is the way a spoiled kid acts. We're at an impasse. Saber doesn't say anything more, and I don't have any more to say. The sound of the wind stops, or rather, it pauses for a moment. An instant later, it picks back up, just as I feel the wind on my cheek.
シローなら分かってくれると思っていた。
it becomes a headwind.
今日一日無意に過ごし、言いたかったことはそれだけですか？
Stop being a bitch, Shiro. Get good. Her voice is cold. I hear only rejection in it.
思い上がらないでほしい。あなた程度の人間に私の何がわかるというのです。あなたに私に踏み入る権利などない。戦うなですか？私に守られなければならない未熟なマスターが何を。そのような世まいごとを吐くのは一人で戦えるようになってからにしてください。まあそんなことは永遠にありえないでしょうが。
No, this isn't just drivel.
ですから世まいごとでしょう。自分のことを考えろですって。それは素人と同じではありませんか。あなたは自分の命が感情に入っていない。あなたは私が間違っていると言いますが、あなたの方こそ何かを間違えている。自身より他人を優先するなど死者の考えだ。自身の命の重みも知らない大バカ者がよくもそんなことを言えたものです。
Saber, why you?
勘に触りましたか。ならいっそのこと契約を解除しても構いません。どうせあなたは聖杯を必要としていない。あとは私一人でマスターを破り聖杯を手に入れるだけですから。そんなに戦うのが嫌ならばあなたは遠くで隠れていればいいでしょう。
This is really weird to say when there's supposedly only one master left. Saber, are you serious? My voice trembles. My teeth are rattling. I'm angrier than I realized.
当然です。私の目的は聖杯だけ。それ以外のことなど余計だ。シロ、それはあなたも例外ではありません。
I struggle to breathe. I try to fight the blackness encroaching on my vision. Try to get my heart beating again. Baka. Fine. If you're that eager to fight, go do it yourself. I don't care anymore. I can't keep my emotions under control. I yell out some sort of lame excuse, then turn and run. I run away from her, and for an instant, I think I see Saber just standing there, dumbfounded. Damn it! I just run. I don't know why I'm mad, only that I am, so I run in a fit of rage. God, I grit my teeth. Honestly, I'm getting dizzy just thinking back on what she said. I'm so unfocused, I might run into a pole or something. Well, it would be easy if I could do that. If I was only angry at Saber, I should have taken it out on her like an idiot and just been done with it. But something else caught my fit of rage. I'm not mad at Saber. I'm so frustrated that I keep running. I don't allow myself to catch my breath because I know I'm a spineless good for nothing. Saber just stands there, gaping at me. I heard her faintly, just as the wind changed directions. Damn it! The hell I would know that, you idiot! I immediately regret my words and nearly trip. What did those words mean? They had sounded like parting words, but also like she'd been about to cry. I just want to throw out there, I don't know if they're going to mention it. So what she's implying is, if he was given the opportunity to undo the fire that happened when he was a kid, would he? Now, I don't know if they're going to actually say that in the game, but that is the implication. Now that I think back, that was most probably the only honest thing she'd said. She'd hung her head as she muttered that to me. Her voice was a mixture of expectation, disappointment, and pleading. Then, who was the betrayer and who was the betrayed? So edgy. So yeah, we didn't get a Gilgamesh moment there. That's really surprising. I guess we'll see where we go from here. Though again, like I do think Illy is going to be taken somehow. Yeah, I can think of... Maybe it's going to be Lancer. That's my best guess. That would make sense. I run into my room and slam the sliding door. I flop onto the floor, arms and legs splayed. I'm tired of standing. I just want to lie down and go right to sleep. But even when I lie down, my body's on fire. My heart feels like it's about to burst and my lungs are desperate to take in oxygen. I ran back here at full speed, not even pausing once, so I can't blame my body for the discomfort. I feel like I still haven't run enough, but my body is telling me to slow down. It takes a bit, but I manage to calm down. I take a deep breath, hold it, then release it. After my breathing calms down, there's just one thing left, swirling in my head, and it's a simple question. What am I really angry about? It's not really something I need to think about. I was running because I know I'm helpless. I can't help Saber. It's so frustrating, I'm angry with myself. I can't do anything. I said I was going to make her smile. I decided to protect Saber, but I couldn't do anything. And that's making me so angry. But what can I do? If Saber doesn't even want happiness, there's no point in someone else trying to get involved. That's why I tried to help Saber find happiness on her own. But she told me those efforts were futile, even called me an idiot. A fool who doesn't even know the value of his own life, huh? But what do I do with all that? I value my life and I don't want to do anything to end it. My life has nothing to do with Saber. My life has nothing to do with Saber. Cut to 13 days ago when he literally sacrifices his life to protect Saber. Okay. Bringing my circumstances into this wasn't fair. No matter how stupid I am, I know for sure that Saber's wrong. But when she outright rejects me like that, there's not really anything I can do. Damn, she can do whatever the hell she wants. I roll over to lay flat on my face. Now all I see is the tatami mat, so I might as well close my eyes and empty my mind. I don't care what happens to Saber. If the Holy Grail is so important, then she should just marry it. What? Peak 2000s writing here, I guess. If she's going to be this stubborn after I've told her this so many times, I should just stay out of it or I'll end up getting burned. Actually, I might not get out of this mess with only a burn. I might actually get really hurt. The hell? I've already gotten hurt. This is worse than just getting burned. I met her, fought with her multiple times, and to survive, I saw into the depths of her heart in a moment of incredible intimacy. I remember her heat, the light deep within her. I don't know why I'm remembering this right now. There's a faraway grassy field, memories of a girl left behind. The moment I think back to that beauty, nothing matters anymore. What Saber says doesn't matter. You're just a thing to fight? Then don't expose your own weakness for crying out loud. Saber is just unfair. I don't know what exactly is unfair about her, but I know something is. Angry as I am, I can't hate her. The more I want to get her, the harder it gets. It's all tangled up. Damn, so the person who falls in love just gets screwed over? But I can't help it. I can't give up no matter how many times she tells me it's useless. I just have to see it through to the end. I remember her face there, on the verge of tears. What does that mean? Will she make that face every time I do something like this? But I can't. No matter what happens, I can't agree. I'm going to keep doing this, even if I am wrong. If she's really important to me, I'll never apologize to her. What? Can I look at that again? One more time. One more time on that line. If she's really important to me, I'll never apologize. I assume... Wait. I'm going to keep doing this even if I'm wrong. If she's important to me, I'll never apologize. So he's saying Even if he's wrong, he won't apologize to her because she's important to him. Okay. It's for her own benefit, surely. Oh my gosh. There's no way I'm wrong, says Shiro. I'm always right. I'm the main character, I guess. I think I hear a sound. I'm not sure when the sun set, but the room's gotten dark. The ticking of the clock is getting
ちょっ
annoying.
といつまで寝ぼけてるのよ。いい加減起きてもらわないと困るんだけど。
Huh?
だから起きなさいって。もう10時過ぎよ。ご飯を食べさせろってイリアがうるさいんだから、起きて相手をしてあげなさい。
Deal with this. She sounds upset. I snap to full wakefulness. Past 10? I jump up.
そう。正確には22時17分。夕飯の時間にしては論外ね。
Tosaka stands over me, looking annoyed. Sorry, I fell asleep. I'll be out soon, so wait in the living room.
それはいいけど、シロ、セイバーは？
Huh? If she's not here, I guess the dojo or the living room.
シロ、私はセイバーがいないから聞いてるの。
You literally yelled at her. Fine, we're not partners anymore. Like what? It's just like wait, you took it seriously? Like yeah. Tosaka is serious, and I instantly realize what that means. Don't tell me she hasn't come back yet. It's almost like she literally has a job to do.
帰ってきてないってどういうことよ。
Tosaka runs out of the room after me. There's no time to explain. I ignore Tosaka's yelling behind me and I rush outside. The town is quiet. Just like yesterday, there's absolutely nobody around. I don't have the patience to think about how odd that is. What? The patience? What? It's 10 p.m. That's why nobody's around. What are you talking about? It's like just like yesterday. It's like, well, yesterday at 9 a.m. Yeah. 9 a.m. versus 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. It's like, yeah, that's a good comparison. I actually don't blame her. We had a huge argument. She said she was going to fight alone. Knowing her, she'd do it too. Saber's nowhere to be found. If I can't find her, that might mean she's actually fighting Lancer, the final servant, as we speak. That seems pretty reasonable, actually. It's like, Shiro's clearly mentally imbalanced. Surely she's good enough to deal with one more servant, especially one that she understands thoroughly. I mean, assuming it was one servant, but whatever. But I head straight to one more place. There near the river is cold. So is this going to be the moment? It should be here. This is the exact location that it should be at. The night is chilly, and when I walk past the park, it was so cold the entire place felt like it was covered in frost. My cheeks and ears sting with the cold, and my breast mists white. If it's that cold in the park, I can't imagine how absolutely freezing it's going to be on the bridge with the wind blowing up from the river. There I see her. She's right where she'd been standing when I ran away. Saber leans on the rail and just gazes out over the water. Maybe she's following the sun, which has long set. She's staring off into the distance, her eyes fixed on a red horizon that's long since vanished. Symbolism. And that's when I realize Saber is strong, but she's weak too. Her dignified appearance is just her way of trying to prove she can get by without anyone's help. I mean, that's kind of weird to say that since she's the one that developed the round table, but okay. At the same time, she's so fragile she might slip through my fingers if I reach for her. Can't do things alone, but she will probably keep that front up till the very end. So, just like me, she'd been staring up at the unreachable stars. All she does is look up the setting sun as if it's all she knows how to do. I can't leave her alone. If our agreement needs a loser, then it's unquestionably me. It's led to me swearing never to let her make that face again. I step out onto the bridge. Saber doesn't seem to hear my footsteps. I approach without a word and lean on the rail next to Saber. Saber, you're going to catch a cold out here. She jumps in surprise. Saber finally notices me.
Shiro.
She turns towards me. What are you doing out here at this hour? You didn't come home. Tosaka was worried.
そうですか。それは悪いことをした。
It's fine, but why are you here? Well, it was at least easy to find you since you stayed in the same place.
はい。ここにいたのはまだ行き先が決まっていなかったからです。シローは勝手にしろと言ったでしょう。ですから勝手にしようと思ったのです。けれど何をするべきか、何をしたいのか、どこに行きたいのか思い浮かばず、ずっとどこに行くべきかを考えていました。
He sounds like a lost child. Saber doesn't look me in the eyes as she speaks. Maybe she feels guilty. Maybe she does after the fight we had. Can't blame her for thinking I must be angry.
申し訳ありません。リンには世話になったと伝えてください。ランサーを倒し、聖杯を手に入れたのならシローの元に戻ります。ですからそれまで。
Is she saying that she intended to wander around alone without anyone to go home to? That idiot. What are you talking about? You have my place to come home to. There's food and a bed for you there.
ですが、シローはもう私のことなど知らないと。
Yeah, I have no idea what you're going to do next. I say that and then take her hand.
シロー。
Let's go home. You being a servant doesn't mean you won't catch a cold if you stay out here in the cold for so long. Come on, let's get home and eat something warm.
ですが私は。
And I'm going to say this, but I'm not going to apologize. If you have any complaints, tell me now. I'm crude about it, but I try to avoid her gaze. She stares at me, confused. Saber looks like she wants to apologize, but I ignore her. Maybe that works in my favor. She doesn't say anything. She just follows me in silence, holding my hand. Okay, here we go. We head across the bridge and into the park. It's 11 o'clock! There's nobody in the park, but it's packed with plenty of decorations like fountains and streetlights. I walk briskly. Saber's steps are sluggish. She stood on that bridge for more than 5 hours. She must be freezing and tired. When I tug on her hand, she occasionally stumbles like she's about to fall down. Saber, do you want me to walk slower? You don't seem well. I turn toward her as I speak.
いえ、体はとても元気です。ただリンの言葉に踊らされるわけではありませんが、こうして手をつないでいると本当に合いびきのようだなと。
And just like that, my face turns bright hot red. I guess, should I let your hand go? That is, if you don't like it.
いいえ、私もこうしている方がいいです。シローの手は温かくて安心します。
And then the school bully shows up. And there, our conversation ends. I resume heading home just to cover my embarrassment. Saber follows in silence. I'm not even sure how much farther it is to go home. A little embarrassed by the warmth of our clasped hands, we both leave the park. A lot's happened today, but if we're ending the day with warmth like this, well, I'll change religions and thank that priest, who indirect as he may be, allowed this moment to happen. Of course, the second I think that...
どこに行く?
Where are you going?
勝手に人のものを持っていく
Shonen.
小僧
That's my property. We run into someone we never should have. Dun dun dun! The elation I'd felt vanishes and my mind goes blank. Who would imagine that somebody would attack us in the middle of a war? Goosebumps cover my body and I realize I've forgotten how to breathe.
シロー。
Saber, standing behind me, probably feels the same. She grips my hand tightly in her own, the same way I feel a sense of impending death. Saber feels the inevitable despair.
待たせたな、セイバー。約束通り、こうして迎えに来てやったぞ。
あーちゃ。
The man in gold, we say, as he's literally wearing black and white. The unidentified heroic spirit who annihilated Castor's bone soldiers and Castor. Now that monster stands in front of us. He's so close. We're at exactly the right distance to begin slashing at each other at any moment. Death looms right in front of us, even more than when we faced Berserker. So this moment is from episode 21 of the original anime. So we are back on track for now. But again, I don't remember. Okay, no. From what I remember, the finale is Saber fighting him. But I am a little unclear about what Shiro does during that fight, or how Sakura and Ilya are involved exactly. Have guesses. My best guess is right now, Ilya and Rin are being attacked, but we'll see.
どうしたセイバー。俺がわざわざ出向いてやったのだ。いつまでも黙っているのは無礼であろう。それとも俺のものになる前に少しばかり遊ぶつもりか、騎士王よ。
Archer stifles a laugh. He's not even looking at me. Saber is his only focus. He admires her like she is a piece of art. Not like me, who just lusts after her every day. Saber's demeanor changes. She must have made up her mind. She's already determined the man in front of us is an enemy, while I've hardly moved a muscle.
シロ、何としても衝撃だけは防ぎます。その隙にあなただけは離脱してください。それがどれほど困難かは分かっていますが、あのサーバント相手ではそれが精一杯なのです。
See, like, why does she say this when we literally saw in Fate Zero that she was like going around fighting in the middle of all the fire? But maybe the idea is that he wasn't fighting her seriously in that fight because, you know, he wanted to obtain her, I guess. I don't really know what that means. Even if she said, yes, I do want to date or marry you, then what happens? Does she like just get absorbed into the Babylon's Gate or what? I don't know. I can hear the apology in her voice for not being able to do more. Even someone as powerful as Saber can only block his first attack. My chances of getting away from this guy are slim at best. Except that honestly, if you just started walking away, it probably would work out. Like, he might be like, I don't know. Okay, no, the problem is that they don't know he's a king. Like, I was just thinking, like, okay, if Shiro got on his knees and bowed to him, I think he'd be fine with it. Like, oh, you know your place. Ha ha ha. And then, like, may I leave? And then he'd be like, yeah, okay, sure. I think he would actually say that. But first you would have to know he's a king and that you should actually do that. Saber is asking me to forgive her for what is about to happen. She probably knows there's no way for her to defeat the man in gold. I can't let her do that. This is different than when we fought Berserker. I know, though I don't have proof, that making Saber fight this servant can only end badly. Actually, I do have proof. I know from seeing his noble phantasm last night. Saber can't beat him right now. This is not a matter of her skill as a knight. That's not even the right way to look at this. No heroic spirit, so long as they remain a heroic spirit, can beat the man in gold. I mean, I can think of a few ways to beat him, but okay. No, you're the one who's going to run, Saber.
Shiro!
I'm gonna 1v1 him. I cover Saber and face Archer.
ほう、そうか。マスターがいたのだったな。あまりのみすぼらしさゆえ、犬か何かだと思ったぞ。
He smiles cheerfully. He raises an arm and lazily snaps his fingers. I feel sick. I need to leave right now or I'm dead. There's no rhyme or reason. I just know instinctively that this guy will kill me for standing in front of him like this. Go, Saber. We're near the church. The priest there should be able to shelter you even from him. Oh. They're near the church, huh? I push Saber away and start running, trying to escape the death I can only hope isn't inevitable. There's no plan here. I'm just going to risk it all and run straight at this guy. Then I'm going to project Saber's sword again, just like when we fought Berserker. I'm blown back. What just happened? The moment he snapped his fingers, something appeared right beside me. Ah, it's a giant hammer. It knocks me aside like a piece of trash, and I slam hard into the ground. I can't move. My body is completely useless, like all my bones have turned to jelly. I've lost all sensation in my limbs. The pain is so dull I can't even tell if I'm still alive.
殺しはせん。今ここで貴様を潰せばセイバーも消えてしまうからな。不本意ではあるが聖杯を呼ぶまでは生かしておいてやろう。
Yeah, so he could have walked away, probably. The man laughs. I try to push myself up, but my body won't listen.
だが思い上がるなよ雑種。貴様なぞいなくともサーバントを存命させる方法はある。単に今の状態が最も手がかからぬだけだ。それ以上さえずるのなら殺すぞ。
And then my mind goes blank. He will kill me. If I make even a single move, he will do just what he said he would. I can't possibly move after that kind of warning.
シロ
Saber tries to run toward me.
どこに行く？邪魔者はいなくなったのだ。お前が向かうべきはそのようなクズではなかろう。
Man in gold won't allow it. He stands in front of me and waits for Saber to reach him. Reach me. Saber stops and glares at him. The two stand about 10 meters apart. I don't know about Archer, but Saber can close that distance in a heartbeat.
その様子ではまだ俺に下る気はないようだな。理解に苦しむ。お前ほどの英霊ならば俺に選ばれることがどれほどの価値かわかろうに。
よまいごと英霊になろうと私は王だ。貴様の軍門になど下らぬ。
そうか？いかに王であろうとお前は女だ。主の前に神戸を垂れ仕え尽くすが女の幸せであろう。だというのに何を拒む？まさか物もわからぬ小娘でもあるまいし、俺の女になるのは恐ろしいか。
Yeah, you would think that this guy would actually wear gold. Just on, like, every day. But my guess, though, is that he has been living in human society for 10 years. So he's like, oh, yeah, I better not, like, draw attention for no reason.
貴様
そう憤るな。俺は奪うだけではない。等しく喜びも与えよう。俺のものになるというのならば、文字通りこの世のすべてを与えてやる。誇るがいい。お前にはそれだけの価値があると認めたのだ。
The man moves. He extends both arms and approaches Saber as if in a welcoming embrace.
そう。守護者になどなることもなく、死にゆく運命に戻ることもない。もう一度だけ言うぞ、セイバー。このまま俺のものになれ。
Yeah, chaotic good makes sense for him, yeah.
この世界で共に二度目の生を謳歌しようではないか。
I think it would be pretty accurate to call him like sort of a anti-hero. Kind of. It's just weird because he doesn't do it like, yeah, he doesn't do anything heroic at all in this story, even though he isn't really that evil. I mean, servants fighting servants is just normal. I guess there's only like 2 things I can think of that were evil that he did, maybe. Where he actually hurts a person, I think.
断る。そのようなことに興味はないし、何より貴様と共に生きるなどまかり間違ってもありえません。
Yeah, let's hear the JoJo line again.
断る。
Dowaru. Saber looks straight at Archer as she speaks. He stands firm, not taking so much as a step back. His laughter suddenly stops. I'm not sure what he found so funny in the first place.
いいぞ。それでこそ俺の見込んだ女よ。はあ、 この世に一つ程度は俺に従わぬ者がいなければな。よーし、では力ずくだ。聖杯を手に入れた後、その身に中身をぶちまけてやろう。喜べよセイバー。そうなればマスターなど不要となる。万能の器である聖杯、その力すべてを飲み干すのだからな。サーバントなどと人間の使い魔に甘んじることもなくなるだろう。
He's so damn smug. To that,
アーチャー、貴様の目的は何だ？
she must have realized that the only option is to fight him. And before she engages with Sanmi, she wants to know why he does what he does.
目的か？さあ、何だったか。あいにくこの世の財はすべて手に入れた身でな。望むものなどとうにない。
聖杯を求めてはいないというのか？
聖杯？ああ、不老不死か。そんなものは蛇にくれてやった。
This is supposed to be your hint of who he is, I guess.
不老不死を蛇に譲った。
Saber freezes. What just happened? Saber suddenly shakes her head to refute those words.
だがこの世界は面白いぞ。根本は変わらぬが、装飾もここまで来れば別物だ。これならば再びこの世で君臨するのも悪くない。そうだな。俺の目的といえばそんなところか。それを効率よく進めるというのであらば、聖杯の力も悪くはないな。
支配欲か。見下げ果てたな、アーチャー。そんなことのために聖杯を欲するとは。
欲するのではない。世の財はすべて我のもの。自分のものを他人に使われるのが我慢ならんだけよ。お前とてその政権を人に使われては腹立たしいだろう。騎士王よ。
Amidst shrouds Saber. Then, in a flash, she is wearing her brilliant silver armor.
ほう。
He doesn't move a muscle. In the next instant, Saber dashes forward. In the space of a single breath, she rushes straight at the man and swings her invisible sword at him with deadly speed. Saber goes flying backwards. If Saber's arm materialized by magical energy, Archer's must be the same. Oh, there it is. In the brief space of their rapid exchange, the man in gold arms himself. Saber looks calmly at Archer as she readies her sword. Even as his eyes meet hers, his sneer remains.
よいぞ。歯向かうことを許す、セイバー。
The enemy happily announces the beginning of battle. A white light bursts in the air between them. Saber's sword, shrouded in a bolt of lightning, cleaves directly toward the Golden Knight. One, two, three, 4 strikes. Each time Saber's sword strikes, blinding light flashes from the contact. Watching her repeated attacks is like staring at a strobe light. Okay. It's just like when I first saw Saber that night when she fought Lancer. Saber channels her excessive magical energy into her sword, strikes with such speed and precision that she all but becomes a lightning bolt. Banging a sword against armor echoes through the air. Archer hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. As Saber's sword strikes at him, he barely manages to defend his head with both hands. He simply doesn't have the skill to block Saber's attacks. Saber's skill with the sword is vastly superior to his. On top of that, her sword is invisible. Even if Archer draws his weapon, he won't be able to defend against that invisible blade. it strikes his armor relentlessly. The sword hits the armor, chipping away at it, sending sparks showering in all directions. The only thing the man can do is ward Saber's blows from his face with his hands. This isn't a fight, it's a massacre. In spite of the fury of Saber's attacks, Archer's armor remains intact. If he's still unscathed even after such a savage assault, that golden armor must be his noble phantasm.
さすがにこれ以上はまずいか。相変わらず底なしの魔力よな。俺の鎧がきしみを上げるんだ。
I'm gonna
そう
take
あり得ることではないのだが。
I'm gonna take a short break. Just get something light to drink or eat or something. Maybe just walk around. I feel weirdly tired after taking caffeine. I don't get it. Like, I only took it like 20 minutes ago or something, I thought. Maybe it was longer though. But yeah, I'll be back. Okay. Okay. Archer raises his arm, but not toward Saber. I have no idea what he's trying to do, but Archer just stretches his arm up into the empty night sky.
戯れは終わりだ。その身、ここで俺に捧げるがいい。
Am I hallucinating? Is this an illusion? He has something in his hand. It's a short sword, shaped like a key. Let me see it. Show it. Saber plants both feet, unleashing a much more powerful attack against Archer. But Archer bats at his side with his dark red sword. Is that a noble fan?
復讐の術を含んだ宝具か。
Curse of Vengeance? What the heck? No. Saber puts some distance between herself and Archer, glaring at his sword. An enemy wielding such a weapon is a threat, no question. But it also means he's showing his hand. So this is the part that I never quite understood. Because this seems like too powerful of an attack to do at this point. Especially if he doesn't want to kill Saber. But I guess we'll see what happens here. Whether his Noble Phantasm is armor or a sword, we'll be able to figure out how to deal with it as long as we can see it. Sure, Saber readjusts her stance. Archer's already set his armors at its limit. If Saber can go back on the offensive with the same fury as before, she should be able to cut through his armor. Even if he pulls out his Noble Phantasm now, the next blow would decide the match.
最後だ。前回つけられなかった決着をつけよう。アーチャー。
She doesn't. I don't think she ever says how it was interrupted, though. The sword in her hand is still invisible. She readies her sacred sword, still bound up in swirling wind, and faces her enemy. Saber seems to know what that Noble Phantasm is. She put that distance between them because she knows how to deal with it. She's readying herself to face Archer directly. Which is, I mean, it makes sense that she would know in this version, but in Fate Zero, she never actually sees it. He only uses it, I think, just once. I think just once, and it was against somebody else, so she didn't see it. Each of them wields a sword, and if their powers are equal, then it is a matter of the wielder's skill. Except not in this case. And that should mean Saber will win.
よかろう。では来るがいいセイバー。
Yokoro.
その剣に念じ、俺のすべてを見せてやる。
This is not a very good picture. That line underneath his eye is like really not great. The man laughs. Saber charges without hesitation. Her sword will cleave through his armor. The very instant I think that,
ゲート・オブ・バビロン。
an invisible door opens behind the man. Is that quite accurate, though? Saber jerks to one side. Archer holds something else in his hand now, not the black and red sword. It's an invisible sword like Saber's. By the time Saber deflects it, Archer already has a different sword. His swords strike at her in a merciless rain of ice shards. Saber twists away to dodge, but the air around her becomes almost solid with flying blades. She's driven back as the blades close in on her from all sides. As the shards clinging to Saber vanish, her enemy holds a deadly-looking weapon that resembles the Grim Reaper's scythe. I guess I forgot this. Saber blocks the weapon arching for her neck with a gauntlet. Arcing for her neck with a gauntlet? Blocks the weapon with a gauntlet. But it's useless. The scythe shears through her gauntlet like it's made of tissue paper and begins to drain her magical energy. It's as if it's trying to pull out her bones rather than her flesh or blood. I wonder whose weapon that was. Saber stumbles, but she manages to keep it together. But her retreat takes on a different note. She's not distancing herself to prepare for her next attack. She's desperately fleeing the enemy.
そんなバカな。
Saber glares at Archer as she passes magical energy through her numbed arm. This is like probably my most hated song in the entire game, by the way. Like, I get the vibe, I just don't think it's portraying what's happening very well. A halo of hilts floats around Archer. Halo of... Oh, yeah. Those are the swords that slaughtered Castor, his noble phantasm. Now it's backing Saber into a corner. There it is, yeah. Even I, looking on from a distance, can't believe what I'm seeing. Oh, this is so good, showing so many. All those hills floating behind him are definitely his noble phantasm. Not 10, not 20. I can't see them all, but I can tell there's no end to them. They're all from different times and places. That servant has all the divine mysteries that have ever been mentioned in various legends and lore.
アーチャー、あなたは何者だ?
That is weird that he has never introduced himself, because you would think he would... Wait. No, I was just trying to think, like, did he never tell anybody in Fate Zero his name? I mean, it makes sense that he wouldn't, but, like, I still thought that he might have... But yeah, I guess maybe not. Again, a discrepancy between the anime and, well, yeah, more like the discrepancy between Fate Zero and this, I suppose. Saber's voice trembles. No servant would ever reveal their true name just because someone asks. But Archer's noble phantasm is so bizarre, Saber couldn't help but ask.
答えなさい、アーチャー。英霊が持つ宝具は一つだけのはず。いいえ、中には複数の宝具を持っている者もいますが、だとしても二つが限度だ。そのように際限なく宝具を持つ英霊など存在するはずがない。
存在するはずがない。それは早計だな、セイバー。英霊は生前持ち得た武器を宝具とする。ならば単純な話ではないか。この宝具はすべて俺が生前に集めたものということではないか。
私を侮っているのか、アーチャー。それこそ絶対にありえない。あなたが何者であろうと、他の英霊たちのシンボルたる宝具を揃えられるはずがない。そのような英霊はこの世界に存在しない。
Saber's right. No, she's not. All the noble phantasms he has are real, because he got them in life. There are demonic swords from from everywhere, we know. Even from South America? What a weird thing to say. There would be no way that you would be able to recognize a South American sword. Like, what the heck? I don't even know what a South American sword would look like. Like, even if we're talking about Aztec, it's still like, would Shiro really know what an Aztec sword looks like, you know? And then that's just Aztec, never mind whatever else would be in South America. No hero ever made a name for themselves in so many regions. He never said that. What he said was that he got every weapon in the world. He didn't say he went to every region, you know? Besides, Lancer should be the only one with Skatebold. Well, that's definitely not true. I can think of at least, well, definitely one other person. Maybe another. Heroic spirits have their favorite weapon they use during their life as their noble phantasm. Based on that rule, the only one who could have Gay Bolg is Kuch Lane. But Archer isn't Kuch Lane. And that means his spirit can't be Gay Bolg. But the thing is, it definitely is the real Gay Bolg. No one's questioning, hey, where were these weapons before the heroes got them? No one's questioning this. If those noble phantasms were all fake, that would explain it, but they're real, so that's just... No, wait. Could they all be originals? Weapons prototypes? That seems impossible, but then again, it might be possible. Legend and myth don't spring up from nothing. Plenty of myths share commonalities because someone or something served as the model for them. Legends which get to the point of becoming the basis of worship usually only take root in the lands where they are said to take place. That's one of the reasons demonic swords and sacred swords reveal their true abilities in the lands they come from. So let's say there's something from before even that. What if various noble phantasms in mythology existed before they were known and named?
おお、お前のマスターも捨てたものではないな。どうやら俺の正体に心当たりがあるらしい。
Not a very flattering picture of Gilgamesh here. Saber turns to face me. She's so far away. I can't help her from so far away. I finally gotten to the point where I can move, even if it's still difficult. Run, Saber. His noble phantasms are...
本物だというのだろう。 そう単純な話だセイバー。最も古い時代、まだ世界が一つだった頃の話をし
When the
よう。
world was still one. What a weird implication. I get it though. He means when everybody was in one location, let's say. Technically, whatever.
その国は栄え、王はあらゆる財宝を収集した。集められぬものなどなく、足りぬものなどなかった。王は完璧な宝物庫を持ち、その中にある有象無象の武器は使われることなく王と共に眠りについた。要はそれだけの話だ。王の死後、宝物庫の中身は世界に散らばり、名犬であるがゆえに重宝され活躍し、いずれ宝具として扱われた。
Well, the bigger problem here is that one, I feel like it'd make more sense if he was a pharaoh. Pharaohs collecting a whole bunch of stuff and then being buried with them makes sense. But Babylonian, like, and why would Gilgamesh be known for collecting a lot of weapons? Although I guess it's true though. No, that's true. I just remembered Gilgamesh from Final Fantasy. That is kind of what he's known for too. And I guess a full there is to it is that there's a line that says he collected every treasure in the world or something. I guess that's all it takes, right? But yeah, how would the weapons be like spread across the entire world after he died? Even if it was grave robbery, like how would they spread so far? Presumably, he probably even has weapons from Japan. Maybe. I mean, part of this is also just the notion that he has every weapon, not that he actually has every weapon. But since the idea is that he has every weapon, then he has every weapon. Not that when he was alive he actually got every weapon, but that was the perceived idea.
わかるか騎士王。お前たちの扱う宝具とやらは、もともとはその王の持ち物に過ぎないのだ。
It's like an inheritance. As long as you trace an object's history, a base or prototype will always exist. It only makes sense that every legend, myth, or noble phantasm passed down in each country has an origin. Far enough back into the past, if one person collected all those prototypes, they could possess every noble phantasm. That said, what does it mean when you collect every prototype? Because what if the Gay Bolg was created in Ireland and Caliburn was created in Britain? Are they implying somehow that Gilgamesh got those weapons from those countries back then? That sounds absurd, you know? Like, how would he ever collect them from so far away? It's not like Babylon was a wide-reaching empire. Like, no, it was like at best 100 miles in territory or something like that, probably. Even if you were really lenient and said 1,000 miles, it still would be like nowhere near Ireland and Britain. So it's like, okay, what? like Babylon's not known for going to different countries, but again, like I said, like it's the notion that he has all of them, and that could only be one hero, a hero from the oldest legends, far older than the legend of King Arthur or Hercules, the tyrant who ruled ancient Mesopotamia. Tyrant? Okay. And why do they call it Mesopotamia? Why don't they call it Babylon or Babylonia or whatever? A king who was half god, half human, who collected all the world's treasures and who eventually thought eternal use. Gold Roger.
ギルガメッシュ。人類最後の英雄王。
Why is the well? I don't know. If not for this, I would just not even know about Gilgamesh. By the way, I've never heard anybody talk about it outside of Fate. Saber sounds like she's trying to keep the fear from her voice. Gilgamesh relishes her reaction.
いかにもこの身は貴様らでは叶うべくもない最強の英霊だ。
Okay, let's go. So I actually didn't go over this last time, so I just realized. Let's see. Let's try and see if there's any new info here. Yeah, we don't even know what her name was. No hero information. No idea who she is. Rapid words of divine. Interesting. They are words from the Age of Gods, so modern people cannot pronounce them. That is so interesting down here. Interesting. Territory creation. It is possible to form a temple that exceeds a shed. But yeah, I assume that that's what that city was that I showed you before. Yeah. So look at how crazy this is. So we knew them two's true name very quickly, like instantly. Archer never learned his true name. Ryder never learned her true name. Caster, no. Assassin, okay, yes, because he didn't care. And then Hercules is just super well known. So Gilgamesh, Noble Phantasm, EX, compared to Sabers, C, technically. Strengths, magic, luck. Luck's high, huh? Constitution, agility. Oh, he's 2/3 divine, 1/3 human. Peerless sovereign of the world. Wow. This is relevant. The two in the middle here, the two of them also defeated the guardian of the forest, the divine beast Humbaba. That's an interesting detail. That's relevant for Fate Strange Fake. Yeah, known for taking possession of every fortune known to man. This is interesting. It says that the Epic of Gilgamesh is one of mankind's oldest epic poems, but as far as I'm aware, it is the oldest one. Maybe I'm wrong. So right here it says, he is a king who ruled Uruk, a city-state of Sumeria. But then also says this is Mesopotamia. Sumeria? Mesopotamia? Gate of Babylon? Which is it here, man? Sumer. I'm trying to think. I remember Sumeria. Mesopotamia. Babylon. Uruk. Oh, that's interesting. His name may not be as recognizable as Arthur or Hercules. Bad magic resistance. Wow. That's so weird. Why does Saber have more magic resistance? I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. He's the highest aptitude for being a divine spirit, but he hates gods, so whatever. Treasury of the King, Gate of Babylon. So they never showed the key-shaped sword, by the way. The key-shaped sword is the key to open the treasury. Yeah, the more treasures gathered, the greater the power of his noble phantasm. Technically. Oh yeah, weapons. Yeah, this is what was actually I was thinking of last time. So this is that so these were all the weapons that they saw when they last saw Gilgamesh. So yeah, you have this. They don't even say who used this though. And even I don't know who used it. This is yeah, berserkers. Oh wow, this was used to summon Hercules. And this is riders. Right. Dane's Leaf. Oh, I don't know this one. Nibelungen lead. Brings its ruin to its owner. Oh. Really? The tribe that killed the Norse hero Siegfried. Oh, the tribe passed down through the tribe that killed the Norse hero Siegfried. Oh. So they used it to kill Siegfried and then they got cursed? Interesting. Vajra, I forget who. Indra, okay. Indra. I can think of 2 Indras in the Fate universe. Harpe. Divine sword that Perseus used to slay Medusa. This is a sword? Well, it's more like a hook. But interesting. Theoretically, Gilgamesh could be using weapons that killed the hero. But he never does, as far as I'm aware. He just throws random weapons and well, that's going to do the job. Its ability to refract longevity. Nullifies powers of immortality. Durandal. This was a big deal. This has been mentioned many times in Fate. Because it's used by Roland of the 12 Paladins of Charlemagne. Yeah, there it is. Well, it's funny. Roland, chief among the 12 peers. 12 Paladins. As was Caliborn, forged to be a splendid symbol of authority. Also, apparently, this is used by Hector, I believe, from the Iliad. I believe. That's funny how similar these two look. There's, they're obviously different, but not crazy different. It's weird though that well, see, why is this? Okay, so Caliburn is called the Golden Sword of Assured Victory. Not Excalibur? I thought Excalibur was you were guaranteed to win if you have Excalibur, not if you have Caliburn. Caliburn is the sword of selection. Excalibur is the Golden Sword of Assured Victory. Although I have heard that Caliburn is more of a decorative sword. So maybe gold in that case makes more sense. But I would still say Excalibur represents King Arthur, even though it's saying that Caliburn is here. Okay. Yeah. Well, class difference doesn't actually matter outside of Fate Grand Order. Well, even in Fate Grand Order, they're not like yelling, you really need to use archers on sabers. Like, I mean, obviously archers are strong against sabers, but technically archers are strong against everybody because you can assassinate anybody from a distance. But you would think that this gold armor would be magic resistant. And also, they've already said that Saber, King Arthur, has strong magic resistance because of her armor. So, if she's got strong resistance because of her armor, but then they're saying he has weak magic resistance, why does he have weak resistance when he's using this armor? Oh, inherent buffs to classes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're right. I think I do remember hearing that the archers are weak to magic and berserkers are weak to magic. I think specifically them two. Yeah, and this is kind of the basis for some of the class advantages in Fate Grand Order. I'd have to go more in, look more into it, but obviously that's the idea of archers beating sabers, because it's like, okay, well, sabers are very close-handed fighters, whereas archers can beat them from a distance specifically. And riders, I think, are known for having high magic resistance too, I believe, which is why they're strong against casters. And technically sabers are good against casters, but yeah, we won't go into that. But then assassins, I forget why they're good against riders though. And then lancers are good against archers, I believe, just because of agility. I believe all lancers have high agility. That's why they beat archers. Because the only person who could beat an archer would be somebody who could be fast enough to dodge the projectiles. But yeah, you'd have to really delve into the details to know exactly which buffs are inherent to the classes versus inherent to the heroic spirit. Yeah. There's nothing else to discuss. All that's left now is for him to use his endless noble phantasms to annihilate his enemy.
我の名を知った上でまだ抗うか。今度こそ勝ち目がないと悟ったはずだが。
Also similar to how berserkers are known for being physically more powerful, and mages being known for being magically more powerful on average. But yeah, stuff like that. It doesn't end up being the most accurate in Fate Grand Order. Berserkers should have a way higher attack rating, but I think the big issue with Fate Grand Order is just that they have to balance everything, even when it doesn't make sense. Gilgamesh is in Fate Grand Order, and he is strong, but he probably should be way stronger. And also, health values are never reflected correctly either. There's definitely some servants who should be getting 2 to 3 times more HP than other servants. So yeah, there's that too.
やってみなければわかりません。いかに英雄王といえど、超えられぬものがあるはずだ。
They're around Saber Waivers. The wind envelops her as it picks up, becoming a whirlwind to protect her. As it does, her golden sword is revealed. No, Saber. I don't believe this. Does Saber intend to use Excalibur? Gilgamesh stops. He must know how powerful Saber's sacred sword is, because his self-assured composure falters. Saber glances toward me briefly, but her focus is on Gilgamesh now. Is she telling me to run away while I have the opportunity? Gilgamesh's back is to the river, while Saber is over here with me. This positioning must be the result of our shuffling around earlier. Before I realize what's happening, Saber is facing Gilgamesh, protecting me. No, you can't. Not here. I try to force myself to move, and with all the strength I can muster in my numbed body, All I can manage is lifting a single arm. I use every bit of magical energy in my body to use that arm to push myself up. Come on. I've lost all sensation, but every bone in my body creaks as I begin to move. The pain is a warning. My body is coming apart at the seams, and if I move, that'll be it. I push myself to my feet, ignoring the warning. I try to endure the pain. I don't know what's happening right now. I try to endure the pain. I don't have time for it. What I need to do is get to my feet as fast as I can and protect Saber. For some reason, I have a really, really bad feeling about this. It's the same premonition I felt when I faced Gilgamesh before myself. What? When? What? We can't beat him no matter what. What? My instincts keep telling me that I just can't let Saber fight him.
音に聞こえし政権か。いいだろう。
I mean, to be fair, if she attacked very quickly, she would win right now. But okay, whatever. The swirling wind has become a raging vortex. Even in the face of that dazzling sword, Gilgamesh is unintimidated. On top of that,
こちらもふさわしいものを出さなければな。
he draws a strange sword from the gate behind him. Oh shit! That's where my premonition came from. Why can Shiro see the future? This is just... Shiro didn't even see this sword and then get the premonition. He straight up gets a premonition before it literally happens. This isn't even, like, battle instinct or anything at this point. So stupid. The sword he has now doesn't exist in any legend. I can identify every... Why can... I mean, okay, I know that they're like, oh, Shiro has an affinity for swords. But the idea that he can identify every single sword in existence is never explained. This is before internet, by the way. So even if he was looking up swords, it's not like there'd be a picture of every single sword in existence. Heck, I've never heard of plenty of those swords that were even just mentioned in this database here. I can identify every one of the noble phantasms floating behind him, but I have no idea about that sword. Also, it's really weird because he saw Castor's noble phantasm and couldn't identify it. So, okay. Oh no, but then technically I think that one was created from the embodiment of who she was. So yeah, that's not based on a real sword, sorry.
俺は全ての宝具の原型を持つ。だがそれらは全て無名であり、俺しか持ち得ぬ武具というわけではない。
I'm not going to accept that explanation. Just instinctually knows it on a core fundamental planetary level or something. Like, what? Like, even if, like, yeah, sure, you can make up anything and it makes sense, but, like, I think it's really bad if you can just do that if you're good enough. If you're good enough, just know. But it's funny that you say that because it does make me think the most genius witches or mages from the Age of Gods, maybe they are just so good because they can just think up a spell that nobody else has ever done in their life. So it is like that type of thing where they have enough aptitude that they know things that nobody else can fathom, basically. Also, there was swords in there that... Wait a second, let me see. There were swords in here. There were things in here that he recognized that weren't swords, I thought. I mean, they're calling this a sword, even though it's a hook. Or maybe even a spear, honestly. Do you call this a sword? Because he was able to recognize it. Like, what the heck? That's not a sword. Sword. He didn't recognize what this was. But I guess it's not a sword, I guess. I guess that's technically a sword. axe sword, whatever. He recognized this even though it's a halberd. This doesn't even tell you which heroic spirit uses it. This is how stupid this is. Although this also at the bottom says there's many Heaven Scorcher halberds. Did only this weapon sublimate to a noble phantasm because it was used by a famous warrior. But still, like, why does he know this one? Why would, I mean, yeah, but yeah, I mean, actually, that's a good explanation, though. It's like the only way somebody would recognize Chinese legendary swords without being really well understanding of Chinese history would be if, yeah, you're just instinctually, no. He played Dynasty Warriors. By the way, I believe this game came out before Dynasty Warriors. No, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Dynasty Warriors might have came out in 2002. So technically it is vaguely possible. But he does not play video games. I think it has even been stated that he doesn't own a TV. Yeah. The early Dynasty Warrior was out though. Since it was a PS2. They were PS2 games. He went to the arcade and played it. I don't believe that he does. I don't think he is an arcade goer. He makes it pretty clear he just goes to school, helps out at school all day, goes home, prepares meals, and eats. And then he has I guess he does have side jobs. I forgot. But we don't know what his side jobs would be. I guess it's possible he could get a side job at an arcade. He's literally never mentioned arcades before, though. Yeah, you know, I can't even argue on that one. I cannot argue on that because they are like, Shinji and Shiro were such good friends. They are such amazingly good friends you don't even know. And it's like, I believe you. In fact, I believe you so much, it's kind of crazy that they never actually explain anything about how they were friends at all. Like, we were really good friends. And like, Shinji's just being a piece of shit every second that you see him. And it's like, good friends. And it's like, I know that he got more extreme as the war came closer, but still, like, everybody was like, he wasn't acting that different. He was still a piece of shit. It's just that Shiro was hanging out with him because Shiro's the only one that would not look at him in disgust, probably. But yeah, it would make sense that he would bring him to Arcadia. I can't argue with that. Yeah. Shiro, do you know Lu Bu? I'll teach you the secrets of Lu Bu. The sword itself is cylindrical. It consists of 3 segments, each rotating in different directions. It looks like a drill capable of piercing solid bedrock. Eia. Light flashes off their weapons. The two of them are still about 10 meters apart. 10 meters apart, and you're gonna fire off your super guns at this distance? Gilgamesh can't possibly avoid her attacks from that distance. Let's use our nukes from 10 meters away. What's the worst that could happen? His laughter echoes in the space between them. Saber must have taken that as a provocation. Saber moves. Her lips form the sword's true name. There's nowhere to run now. The noble phantasm, released when its wielder speaks its name, strikes mercilessly at Gilgamesh. That's so funny. Just awaken, area. Where she's going, Excalibur! The cylindrical sword roars. In response to Gilgamesh's words, the 3 segments whirl faster. If Saber's Excalibur summons a whirlwind by driving wind away, Gilgamesh's Ea creates a gale by drawing in wind. but Saber is more experienced with handling her anti-fortress Noble Phantasm. It's faster than Aya. Saber pours as much magical energy as she possibly can into her weapon in seconds, igniting its massive power. She doesn't hesitate. Saber unleashes the might of a sacred sword so powerful it can split a river in two. At the same moment, he says it so seductively. A light of matching intensity flares to meet Excalibur's attack. Like, what the freaking hell is that? Oh boy. Cool, guys. Good decision. This was totally worth it. The impact is tremendous. Raging winds tear trees from the ground. The colliding lights are like an exploding sun, blinding me. Yeah, by the way, Shiro is like 20 feet from the epicenter of this. He's just fine. It's okay. No problem. Yeah, just another gas explosion. Let's see here. It's like a thunderstrike. You know, it only lasts for like a second, surely. No, I'm on the verge of being carried off by the wind. I cling to the ground with my one functioning arm. It's all I can do to weather the storm of wind, light, and heat. How long will this go on? Their overwhelming attacks are so powerful, I fear they might split the world in two, but then... Actually, they kind of should, but okay, whatever. It suddenly ends with Saber surrounded by white light. What? That was even bigger. If this bridge is completely unimpacted, I am going to be impressed. A crash breaks the unexpected silence. Something suds into the ground beside me. Saber. I know what it is. Even half blind, I couldn't mistake what I'm seeing. Oops. She looks dead. She's a bloody mess. Oh yeah, what right bloody mess, yeah? In the distance, the Golden Knight, completely unscathed, laughs like a madman.
人類最強の聖剣とやらもその程度か。人間の幻想など、所詮子供魂よな。
Just a reminder, Enuma Elish was literally designed to destroy anything on Earth. So it's not even that weird that this would... So it's weird to say, oh, it's truly pathetic. By the way, Excalibur is literally made by fairies, so this isn't even human powered. But okay, bro. Like, whatever. Like, humans aren't known for their magical weapons. Like, and yeah, he's like, yeah, you know, I got Aya from the gods, but that doesn't count. His laughter rises so high it seems to soar up into the heavens. This must be hilarious to him. He's just smiling to himself, not even paying Saber any mind now that she's fallen. Saber. She doesn't answer. Blood spurts from her mouth as she tries to gasp. The world goes red. What was I doing? I knew this would happen. I knew Saber couldn't win against Gilgamesh, so why didn't I try to stop her, even if I had to use a command spell?
しかし味気ない。完全にこちらの圧勝か。相殺することもできぬとは拍子抜けだぞセイバー。ああそうか。
Women.
少しは手加減してやるべきだった。何しろ相手は女子供だったのだ。
This smug voice is grating. This is my fault. I thought she could win. As bad as a feeling as I had about this, I was sure Excalibur would win. I may have told her to stop, but my command spell didn't react. I obviously wasn't serious. If I had been serious about protecting her, I could have used a command spell to make her escape. Or you could have used a command spell to power up Excalibur more. I wonder if that would have been enough. I don't know. But I don't know. I think I'm vaguely remembering that the problem here is compatibility, and I think Excalibur fundamentally cannot compete with Aya. whereas Caliburn can. Like Caliburn is closer to being human power, whereas Excalibur is divine power, and Ea is technically used to defeat the divine. I think this is what's going on there. It's like divine power versus anti-divine. Anti-divine wins. But then Caliburn is human power versus anti-divine. Human power wins, I think. More or less. Even if it was just her. And there would have at least been options for me to fight on my own.
さて、ではいただくとするか。汚れてしまったが、何？いずれ同じ目に遭うのだ。ここで傷つこうと問題はあるまいよ。
His voice draws closer. Saber must have come to. I see her eyes open. Saber, are you alright? I can see her breathing, yet I'm still far enough away that I can't reach her. It is interesting, though, that Gilgamesh never had a wife in his own mythology. But I guess he wasn't very human, so he didn't prioritize that as being important, even though he was king. I wish that was like a plot point, that like maybe he did actually have sex with a lot of people and had many children, but none of them were considered his heirs at all. And so maybe he's the starting of like divine lineages from other countries. That would be an interesting thought. Well, with Ishtar, that was just because Ishtar was a garbage person. I didn't get the feeling it was because she was a goddess or because he was too good for her. I thought it was just because she straight up is a spoiled brat. At least I thought that was what it was. Though I don't know enough about Babylonian gods. Like I don't know if there was other Babylonian gods that he would have considered marrying. Maybe the rest were married to other gods. Maybe. Say maybe on that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if Gilgamesh likes hard to get. I mean, I think it's too multifaceted for me to know. Also, Ishtar, at least in Fate, is not the type of person who would be that subtle. The whole point, I think, was that she was a spoiled brat, and she'd be like, I want that. Hey, you gotta give me that because I want it. Because she's supposed to be just like daddy's little girl, because she's the daughter of the main, most powerful god. And so the second that the thing that she wants says no to her, then she's like, send this monster to go kill him. And so like, yeah, she was never going to be playing hard to get. So Ishtar for sure never would have worked out. And I mean, again, I'm not entirely sure why she's considered so immature, because like in some other interpretations of Ishtar that I've heard, she's kind of treated as being a little more wise. But I don't know, maybe I'm thinking of Ishtar from Egyptian mythology, which might be a different person. Yeah, I would agree with that. Notice you never hear Gilgamesh hear Rin speak in this, do you? I wonder why. I wonder why. No interesting conversations between Rin and Gilgamesh. Huh. All I can do is call out to her. Saber! 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 Saber's mouth opens. She breathes in as if to ask for help, but even that is painful enough to send her into a coughing fit. Her voice is weak, and the question makes clear she can't see me. Hold on, Al. I can't very well say I'll help. I'm on the ground too, and can only move one arm. I can't even offer words of encouragement. At least she can't see me in this pathetic state. She tilts her head towards me, her eyes lifeless. Saber coughs up blood. Anger seizes me and I see red. I've been relying on Saber and this is the result. Stupid women. This is what happens when you let them fight. I should have done it all myself, says Shiro. I took one hit and I can't even get up. I grabbed my head with one hand that still works. I could just about kill myself. I have every intention of crushing my head and so pour all my strengths I can into my hand. Who's more misogynistic, Hiro or Gilgamesh? The world may never know. The switch fails. Instead of using my finger, I imagine a hammer to press the switch to change myself into a mage.
二度と使わないように
Change myself?
投影はあんたの手に余るから
Projection is beyond your ability. I hear Tosaka's voice. She said that trying to do magecraft beyond your abilities will destroy the caster's nerves and magic circuits. So what? Saber's more important than any of that. If you can't protect her, I don't need my head anyway. She's saved me so many times. I've never cared about someone the way I care about her. So, if I can't protect her, I'm better off dead. He's entering his edgy phase. I hear the pounding of iron. The shattered bones of my body are being reinforced by magical energy. There's no holding back. I throw my switch open wide, ignoring my own limits, and I generate as much magical energy as I can. My spine ignites and my entire body grows red hot. My brain feels like it's melting, and I bite my tongue to endure it. My teeth sink into the fleshy muscle. If I have to bite a hole in my tongue to remain conscious, so be it. Nani? The footsteps stop. Gilgamesh's amused laughter stops with him. What? Shiro?
何をしているのです。ダメだ。そんなことをしたら体が。
She must sense something, even without being able to see. Saber screams as she tries desperately to push herself up. Yeah, because I don't remember how he gets Gilgamesh away here. Something in me snaps. I stand up. My body tries to ignore my orders, but it begins to move with the help of the surge of magical energy I pour into it. It's like being set on fire and instinctively running toward water in hopes of surviving. I don't care. It's better than seeing Saber like that. Oh, right. As my mind very nearly burned up, I finally realized, from the beginning, I vowed to wield my sword because I didn't want her to get hurt. What?
逃げてと言っているのに、どうして。
I stopped the enemy from approaching. Saber is behind me on the ground. This is it. There's no way I can retreat now. Trace on. I restrained my panicking, burning body and focused my will. I need to imagine one single thing. I divide the projection into 8 sections and replicate the lost sword. I feel like the music choice could be improved right now. There's something solid in my left hand. I don't even have to look. My second attempt at manufacturing the sword succeeds.
私の剣。いえ、それでもダメだ。シロも分かっているはずです。それでは彼には勝てないと。動けるのなら、今は逃げるのが。
I'm not running. I came here to get you. No way am I going home alone. I ready the sword. I hold it in both hands, and it's so much heavier than the bamboo sword, and glare at Gilgamesh.
やめてシロ。この男はそんな。
All my training is all for this moment. I ignore Saber's words and take a step forward. There's about 4 meters between us. If I rush at him with all my might, maybe I can cut him down. He doesn't move. Gilgamesh watches me for a moment, then laughs.
殺すか
I'll kill you. I don't think he said it this way. The way the words he just said, I think is just, I'll kill you. That's it. His voice is utterly devoid of emotion, even though he's totally smiling right here, but okay. Phew. I instinctively block the attack that comes my way. Yeah, why you? I dodge a surprise attack by swinging sideways. Too slow. If the first attack is a sudden gust, the barrage of attacks that follow is like a storm. Blocking is all I can do. Actually, I wouldn't have even been able to block the first attack on my own. Fortunately, when I reproduced the sword, I also reproduced its memory. This is where stuff gets real dumb. A sword that's been in so many battles gains a will of its own after all that experience. This sword must have already mastered this particular dance. I can't follow Gilgamesh's attacks, but the sword can. When I summon the swords, this is, yeah, I mean, I already know that his type of fighting is the opposite of Gilgamesh, but it's just a little bit too much that Gilgamesh knows basically nothing about his treasures, while Shiro, whenever he recreates something, learns everything about it. Seems a bit excessive. Like, seems way too powerful of an ability. Well, you know, Gilgamesh never takes things seriously. Before I move my arm, the sword is already reacting to Gilgamesh's attacks. I let the sword guide me and I managed to parry Gilgamesh's fierce attacks. I wish we were getting more than black screens, though. Doesn't last long. Every time I swing the sword, my fingers go numb and I find myself gradually lagging more and more behind the sword's guidance. Gilgamesh must not be able to tolerate even the slightest bit of resistance from me. This might be why he leaves, because he's just like disgusted by his lame fighting or something, I think. He glares hatefully at me as he backs up just the slightest bit. I'm saved. If he'd kept attacking, I wouldn't have lasted another second. I tried to catch my breath, and then... Faker. He draws a sword. What? It looks familiar. The decorations are different, though. The thought that went into making that sword, as well as its soul, are too similar to this sword. It'll tell me the prototype of this sword. Precision? Oh, I've never heard of the Tree of Supremacy. But yeah, I never heard about that. I knew that they were low on money when they made Fate Stay Night, but I'm not sure exactly how low on money. I'm not really sure how long it took to make this one compared to Tsukihime. But I don't think Tsukihime was picked up by a major publisher, and I have no idea how Fate Stay Night was published. Is he saying he's holding the original model for the sword in the Tree of Supremacy? The Norse hero Sigmund's demonic sword Gram? I don't think Sigmund or Gram has shown up in Fate Grand Order or any other Fate property. Oh, maybe I'm wrong though. There is a Norse mythology Fate story. Maybe that one has Sigmund or Gram. I guess publishing your own visual novel in the 2000s wouldn't be too bad, especially since it was only distributed in Japan. So as long as you could like make agreements with individual stores and then make an agreement with like the actual creator of the game disc, I guess that's all you need to do. Yeah, like a fan project, just then you keep making more and more copies of the game is my assumption. Well, I don't know how much of it was internet related though. It was early internet days, but I don't think they were selling any of it early on the internet. I think it was entirely through going to Akihabara and like going to each store and being like, will you sell this visual novel? And I think they just would agree, and it's like, yeah, sure. And then like, you know, here's 20 copies to sell, and then they get sold, and then okay, here's 20 more, and they get sold, and it's like, okay, you can keep giving us some, and we'll keep selling. I think it's that type of thing. But yeah, I think it was store by store, but it definitely was not on the internet at that point. I don't think it's ever been that successful to sell anime or video games on the internet until somewhat recently. You know, Amazon and eBay got really big, of course. But I think the most major websites would have been coming out like 2008-ish, somewhere around there. I think that's like the peak of web diversity when it comes to selling stuff. Light flares from the blade. The sword understands perfectly that this is the same attack which killed Berserker in a single strike. Oh, it must be protecting its owner. The sword in my hand moves toward the enemy's sword, more fiercely, more powerfully than ever before. The noble phantasm is called Caliburn, the golden sword of assured victory, but it shatters instantly in the face of Merodach, the original sin. Okay, this is bullshit. Sheesh. That he, yeah. Like this definitely makes it very clear that Shiro knows stuff he should not. Like, what the heck? Merodach, the original sin? Is this a real sword in mythology? That sounds absurd. I hear something sliding across the ground. It's a faint rustling sound. Is the park's ground slippery? I roll across the ground like a bit of trash in the wind before finally coming to a stop. Shiro! I gotta look at these weapons. It's surely gonna be interesting. Where was it? Graham. It's Graham, I guess. Wait, they said it was Graham, but then they said it was the other name. Magical Sword of the Sun, Graham. In the Volsunga saga, Graham was a magical sword of glory and destruction that belonged to Sigurd. Sigurd. Siegfried? Sigurd. Okay, no, so I do know Sigurd, sorry. Yeah, they definitely changed this. Because this is not what Sigurd uses in Fate Grand Order. Also called the prototype for Caliburn. I mean, it looks dramatically different than Graham does in Fate Grand Order. Graham was a sword of appointment stuck in King Volsung's tree. The legend of the magical sword Graham and its owner Sigurd, marked by glory and destruction. Compiled in Germany, Der Ring des Nibelungen is a knightly tale equally significant to the legend of King Arthur. Equally significant? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Kinda. In this version, Graham appears under a different name, Balmung. Oh, Balmung. Yes, I do know Balmung. Wait, no. I thought Graham was used by Sigurd, but Balmung was used by Siegfried. I don't know. It is the strongest magical sword, comparable to the strongest sacred sword. Even has dragon slaying properties. I mean, yeah, sure. I was just thinking like, wait, Excalibur killed a dragon? Okay, whatever. One could consider this a natural counter to the famed King of Knights. I don't know about that one. Servant, and then we got some info on this stuff. What goes on this one? Unuma, Alish, star of creation that divided her heaven and earth. Can only target 1,000 people or something. You have an anti-purge AC or an attack powerful enough to cancel it out. Damage value is strength. What the fuck is this shit? The damage value is strength times 20, but the MGI value can randomly be added to strengths. Maximum damage 4,000. I mean, and I think his strengths. Oh no, his strengths is B. So theoretically, if he was physically stronger, like a berserker, this might be even stronger, maybe. Its damage increases exponentially when noble phantasms from the treasury are used as backup. Well, Excalibur is still the strongest sword. Just depends who the enemy is. Her voice tells me I'm still alive. Oh, there you are, Saber. I'm relieved to see that. I thought I'd been blown away, but it doesn't matter since Saber's here. And then, as long as I can stand up, I can run to her. Oh no, my legs are gone! Ah, I glance at my arm. It's red! My arm is covered in some sort of sticky red membrane, and there's no blood coming from it.
動くな。もういい。いいから動かないでくれ。シロ。
Saber's shouts reach me as I lay there staring at my arm. It looks like my torso is what's hurt. That single attack, I'm pretty sure Gilgamesh's sword is what sent me flying. That at least explains why I'm injured. No wonder Saber's so upset. The only thing I can move is my right hand. My left hand doesn't move. I'm not even sure what happened to my left hand. I can't even breathe. A diagonal slash covers my torso, starting at my left shoulder. The slash runs all the way through my body, separating parts of me like mismatched building blocks. I look like a ginkgo leaf. I've been cut open from shoulder to hip. It's actually creepy I'm still alive right now. I don't think this miraculous survival is going to last long. I'm conscious right now, but my vision is already starting to narrow. Besides, even a tiny movement will send all my organs tumbling out of my torso. Maybe I really am dead, and my consciousness, or my ghost, or something is just hanging around watching what's unfolding.
なんだ、見事に散らばったと思ったが存外にしぶといのだな。なるほど。生き汚さだけが雑種の取り柄というわけか。
He laughs. I'm grateful for it, honestly. The more horribly grating that laughter is, the harder my consciousness fights to cling to my physical body.
だがそこまでだ。貴様に獅子は似合わん。その女は俺がもらう。
More footsteps. This time he's going to take Saber for sure. Stand up, I guess. And then he just dies. I pour all the strength I have left into my one good arm. I try to grip the ground with my sticky, slippery arm and lever myself upright even as I'm on the verge of literally spilling apart. For a brief moment, I see Saber's face. She's on the brink of tears. In that moment, I'm proud to know falling in love with her wasn't a mistake. Hold it. It's not over yet. I force myself up. Neither of my legs work. The magical energy that barely kept my body moving is gone. All that remains is my faint heartbeat and the throbbing of my organs trying desperately to continue functioning.
ほう、未練か。だろうな。あれはお前には過ぎた宝だ。その気持ちはわからんでもない。ならばこそ他の男の手に奪われるのは悔しかろう。
Too far. He's gone. He goes too far. I can't listen to another second of this shit. Enough. Quit talking about Saber like she's just some thing to be claimed. I pour what energy I can into my right arm. It feels like it's made of lead. My body creaks in protest, but begins to obey. I push myself up to my one knee. Damn, listen to me. I take a deep breath, trying to focus on what strengths I have left. Every time I move, I feel my organs shift around as if with minds of their own.
なぜもう無理だとどうしてわからないのです。
Saber sounds like she's denouncing me. She's far away. In the distance, I can see her staring at me, sad and forlorn. I push everything from my mind to focus on making my body move. Saber's voice is just a distraction. Gilgamesh's laughter, the pathetic state my body's in, none of that is my biggest obstacle right now. Right now, it's Saber. Hearing her say that, seeing her looking like that, it's almost enough to make me give up. Finally, I feel like life flood into my knees. Now all I have to do is to get to my feet.
いらない。あなたの助けなどいりません。敗北した以上、私はすでにあなたの剣ではないんです。このまま消えるのがサーバントとして当然の結末ではないですか。
It's Saber's voice. Damn. You keep saying that. If you keep making this even harder, I'll get mad. Even at you.
やだ。やめてください、シロ。それ以上はダメだ。本当に死んでしまう。こんなことであなたに死なれたら。
I can't keep listening to this. She has no idea how I feel. Shut up. Just be quiet for a moment. There's nothing wrong with relying on me at times like
それ
this.
は違うシロ。優先順位を間違えないでほしい。私の身などどうでもいい。そんなものよりあなたは自身の命を第一にするべきだ。
She's pleading with me, knowing that I'm responsible for the agonized sound of her voice makes me want to give up right now. But I refuse. There's nothing in the world I want more than you. I can't allow myself to give in to her plea. Saber gapes at me. He's not your wife. I'm your wife. I don't even... Whatever. I'm not sure why, but I remember something. Actually, I am remembering the Saber, or no, sorry, the meme of Shiro being Saber's wife because he does the cooking. I remember thinking that meme before. She once told me I was a fool who didn't know the value of my life. I think she's right. For someone who can't help themselves to try to help someone else is a little presumptuous. They're really only doing it for their own happiness, while the person they're meant to be helping may not be half so pleased. Someone's first priority should be themselves. The people who think like that are the ones who can be truly happy, and so they can then share that happiness with other people as well. Yeah, I know I'm a fool who doesn't value his own life. I've been wrong about the most important thing in my life. From that day, the place in my heart where whatever is most important to me should have been... The place in my heart where whatever is most important to me should have been... was empty. But I'm grateful for that abnormality, because now that empty space is filled with the person I truly want to save. But Saber, even if I'm the most important thing in my life, nothing will change. You are so much more beautiful than my life could ever be. Nothing could ever replace you in my heart. And then I realized it wasn't that I was sympathetic towards her. The girl in my dreams, that girl who fought and died alone, who I felt was never rewarded for all she did, I was in awe of her. I thought she was beautiful beyond words. The vivid image of her taking her sword and charging into battle, never looking back, was awe-inspiring. Yeah, that's why. That's why I need to protect you, Saber. You were alone in your entire life. So I have to make sure you're not swallowed up by the darkness in your last moments. Yep, once this is all over, on the verge of your deaths, I hope you can go into your eternal slumber, proud of what you did with your life. No more hesitation. Oops, I hesitated. My objective is clear. Sorry. I love you more than anything, Saber. So I'm not letting him take you. I regret the apology as soon as I give it. But I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her that now of all times, because the words could come straight from my heart. I sense her gasping. I want to turn around to see her face. But no, I can't really see anymore anyway. I stand up. As long as my heart is still beating, I can keep fighting. Magical energy is life. As long as it flows through me, I can create as many swords for her as she needs.
よく立った。で、その後は何があるのだ?
I feel scorching heat in my right hand. Here, on the brink of death, I'm reminded of what happened 10 years ago. It's a terrible illusion. I feel just like I did when I was in the fire, reaching a hand out and hoping to be saved. Go away. I can't leave Saber to you. I say that as I raise my right hand.
たわけ、誰が貴様の許しを得るか?
Gilgamesh raises his sword. I hear Saber far behind me. I ignore her and use my remaining magical energy to project a sword once more. The light stops me. A vortex of light rushes at me. It's not as strong as Excalibur, but it still burns away anything it touches. When the heat scorches my body, I don't think about my death. I think about Saber somewhere behind me. This will kill her as well as me. I at least need to protect her then. I said it's what I do. It's what I've always wanted to do. She's strong, but at the same time could break at any moment. She needs me. She's like a drawn sword, so to make sure she doesn't get hurt, I'll seize her. Oh shit! And then, before I realize what's going on, there's a sword in my right hand. Nani? I'm not sure who said that, but there is a brief hesitation. At the same moment, the invincible knight in gold takes a step backward.
シロそれを
Saber takes my hand. The vortex of light fades. Saber is right beside me. Before me is Gilgamesh, eyes wide and bleeding. I don't know what happened, but I realize it's just like the Berserker battle. Saber is using whatever I made, and it destroyed Gilgamesh's grand. Two titanic beams of light collided before one overwhelms the other, and we managed to truly wound the man who, until now, had been completely unscathed. He radiates murderous intent. It is terrifying. In spite of that ferocious, murderous rage, the Golden Knight leaves without a word. Eh? There's no time to be surprised. I have no idea why he just left. But even as I feel myself slipping into unconsciousness, I know the battle's over. Yeah, I don't know why he left either. Like, he got hurt, but I don't know. My knees buckle. The tension that kept me upright fades and I collapse. Oh, he feels guilt. He feels shame for getting hurt from a nobody. That's why. Hero. Saber hurries forward and catches me. While I slip down onto my rear, supported by Saber, I look over my body. I can't help but cry out. My body is torn to pieces. I should have been killed the instant Gilgamesh laid me out open from shoulder to hip. Well, this is definitely... My healing power must be what's got me clinging to life, but even that has its limits. I practically split in two. I can't possibly recover from this. I'm not even sure if I'm breathing, and everything is starting to go dark. My end is near. The only good thing to come from this is that Saber is okay. My wounds are fatal, but it looks... My wounds are fatal, but it looks like Saber was just exhausted. Okay. She's disarmed and her wounds are already healed. Already healed, jeez. Even if I end up having to drop out of the war, I'm sure Tosaka could take care of the rest. I hear that sound again. That sound of creaking bones is coming from me. Curious, I look down at my wounds. Nani? I think I maybe have seen this before. I see myriad swords, or I see what looks like tons of tiny blades converging, layering atop each other, trying to knit it together my broken body. I feel faint. Looks like every muscle and bone in my body is made from swords. I am a sword. The next moment, I'm made of swords. The next moment, they're gone. My body looks normal. What I thought I saw moments ago seems to have only been an illusion. As proof of that, my ruined flesh begins fusing together. My wounds close right before my eyes. It's more like restoration rather than healing. Looking at it, I feel a surge of disgust rather than fascination. Nani? Looking like I'm going to make it. Looks like I'm going to make it, but this is just to...
この分なら死ぬことはなさそうですね、マスター。
I hear Saber's voice at my ear. She's really close. Oh, well, that's great. But my body, what's... I want to ask her what's going on with my body, but I'm suddenly overcome with dizziness. And then, my body is enveloped in a soft embrace. Saber.
いいえ、私には分かりました。傷が癒されるのは当然です。
It's the power of love. I can't stay awake. I produce too much magical energy. My worn out mind just wants sleep now. I don't know how strong it is, but Saber moves closer and wraps her arms around me. She embraces me tight.
やっと気づいた。シロは私の鞘だったのですね。
See, this could be taken not great, because there's a sword and there's a sheath, and Saber is the sword, and Shira is the sheath. If you get the symbolism here. Her words penetrate deep into my tired mind. That sensation is so comforting, and the last of my remaining consciousness fades away. Did they even do this on purpose? I don't even know. Maybe, yeah, maybe. I mean, she is Saber, so... I finally realize I'm safe, and so I yield my body to sleep. Before sleep takes me, I find myself thinking, with a little foolish sadness, This scene would be better if our positions were reversed. Okay. I mean, that I don't know about that one, but okay. Just imagining Shiro lovingly hugging Saber, like, "You did it, Saber, yeah." And Saber's like, "I'm so badass." For the final time, I see that red hill once again. Oh, final time. The red memory. I dive deeper into her memory and I realize I'm seeing it for the last time. It's a memory of a certain night that I have seen many times already. After becoming king and killing her, so that she could devote herself to the will of her nation. Her days were now marked by the resentment of her trusted knights. Every time she won a battle, Artoria was made to fight more battles she didn't want. She continued to hide her sex, which heaped more suspicion onto her. All that awaited the isolated girl was rebellion at the hands of her own family. I guess. A young knight took over the nation while the king was away on an expedition. The knight's name was Mordred. The knight, son of Artoria's older sister, Morgan, was in fact the king of Knight's own son. Artoria was never able to have a child as a woman, but Mordred had her blood coursing through his veins. I'm not clear what happened to make this possible, but Artoria's older sister, Morgan, loathed her for becoming king. I don't think that's quite true. Mordred was created as a clone and served the king without knowing who his father was. Mordred sought an opportunity to take the throne for himself, ultimately going so far as to organize a revolt. But it says here that Mordred didn't know the king was his father. Also, more importantly, I'd like to mention... So I was going to say something, and then I was like, maybe I won't say it. But then it said... Mordred was created as a clone. What would a clone look like? A guy? No, it would look like a girl because King Arthur is a girl. Oh gosh. And then it's more complicated. Well, okay. I don't quite know how that works though. I'll have to look into that because I know I've heard the memes about Merlin making it so Artoria can have a child, but I don't quite know how that works. It was Mordred. I kind of feel like this might have changed over the years. Like originally it was just supposed to be, it was a clone because King Arthur can't have children, and Mordred created a clone, and then later Mordred kills Morgan. But then it turns out later that I think Mordred is the biological child between Morgan and Artoria, technically, I think. But I'm not 100% sure on that. Well, no, that's not true though, because yeah, Mordred is only like 7 years old or something. I forgot about that. They have accelerated growth. Yeah, I'll have to look into this. I don't know. The magic was involved either way, so it's magic on two fronts was involved. One by Merlin and one by Morgan. So anyway, try to revolt. Like, you would think that you would see Mordred here, which you do in the anime, but yeah, not here. That revolt would end up later becoming known as the Battle of Camlann. And now we shall see one more episode. Just a little bit. So right here, you have this fight between them two. He's like, oh my gosh, you're gonna kill me. And then no, oh. And then he's like, everything belongs to me. I'm Gilgamesh. Blah, 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 blah. No, don't use Excalibur. Oh no, we're dying. See, like this does not look nearly as bad. I mean, like when we saw them look like this, you know, Shiro in particular, that was when he had already healed a little bit. But here it's like, this is just what it looks like before he starts healing, really. Yeah, like here, like he should look like he's at his worst right here. Yeah, I guess, yeah. And then wait, does he heal at all? And then oh yeah, and then oh yeah, that's right, the shield. Wait, this was not portrayed really well at all in the visual novel. So he charges up to use Aya in this version, which he did in the visual novel. But then here, it actually shows that by putting the sheaths in, maybe this gets revealed later. But yeah, by putting the sheath in, it actually reflects attacks, I guess. Yeah, and he gets hurt a bit here. Yeah, I forgot about this part actually. So yeah, and then he just kind of disappears. They didn't even see him leave, really. Okay, so here it is. Here's Mordred. Ah, shit. And there's Excalibur Morgan, or whatever. Sorry, whatever that sword's called. I forget. Mordred's armor goes so hard right here, and then they use it in the Fate Fate Apocrypha. Get wrecked, bitch. You say to your child. Amazing. Yeah, and then like it's weird because like they're fighting with, so that this is where I call kind of bullshit. That okay, so this gets heavily changed later because yeah, this is not a correct lance right here. But like yeah, so they're in like a sword struggle here, and it's weird because like right here, King Arthur has like two hands on the sword in a clash between their swords, and then out of nowhere she does have the lance. So it's like, am I supposed to believe that Artoria was holding back Mordred with one hand on her sword while Mordred was using two hands on her sword? That sounds absurd. I mean, it's possible though, because like I don't know. I mean, Artoria has the heart of a dragon while Mordred doesn't, probably, right? So then she like slices upwards with the sword and then stabs through with the lance, and then blah da da di da. They were okay. Yeah, so this is where you see that part. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you know, you can say that they skipped over stuff, but I don't think they jumped over anything badly. I mean, if anything, they're just like playing down the injury that Shiro took, but like I think it's reasonable. Final battle and the end of King Arthur. There's no way they're going to show Mordred here. King Arthur learned of Mordred's betrayal during her expedition and returned with her wary army to invade her own lands. She defeated many of the knights who used to serve her. She attacked the lands she once defended. Those few knights who remained loyal to her died. The only two left standing in the end were the king and her son, Mordred. Combat between the two of them ended in the king's victory, but the king was not unharmed. Mordred was bound by a powerful curse and swung his sword even after dying, inflicting a fatal wound on the king. Do they end up changing this later? Because I think maybe it even showed it in the anime, maybe. But I remember the lance going through Mordred. No. This was edited later. The lance went through Mordred, and then Mordred pulled the lance through her body, and then did an attack on Arthur. Epic. Totally in the wrong. Mordred is indefensible, but super epic. Very epic in the good ways. So epic. So stupid. And so that battle ended. It was the end of her, the king once known as the King of Knights. It must have been heart-wrenching. None of the battles she fought were painless. Every one of the 12 battles she fought was intense, but this final one was her greatest loss. I am very confused when they keep talking about these 12 battles, because I'm like, which 12 battles are we talking about? Because if Camlin's one of them, and then another one would be over in Rome, because that's why she was overseas. She was fighting in Rome for some reason. We don't know why. Then there's the first battle. We'll say it's just a normal battle against other Brits, and she's trying to unite everybody. And then the battle after that would be the one where she fights Vortigern. So that'd be like 4 battles out of the 12. Like, what would the other 8 even be? Because, like, I don't know, I guess the Picts, I guess the Scots or the Irish or something, I guess. She returned to her homeland only to have it to destroy her own army. She was forced to punish the knights who once served her and had to watch those knights who remained loyal to her die. And in the end, she had to kill her own son. I have no idea what was going through her head in that moment, but I had to pray. I had to pray for the lone knight who tried to remain king until the very end. I pray that this dream of her just before her death is the kind of dream a girl named Artoria would want to see. Ooh. I opened my eyes. I don't know when I got back, but I'm in my room, lying on my futon.
ああ、気がついたのですね、シロ。
Saber, how did I?
あれから今まで眠っていたのです。体の方はほぼ完治していますから、心配には及びません。
I see. I guess that's good. But what about Saber? She used Excalibur. She must be running low on magical energy since she probably healed herself too. Saber, were you taking care of me the whole time?
手当てと言っても汗を拭く程度です。私はリンのように人の傷を見ることはできませんから。
Okay, so Ren's fine. You dummy, you didn't have to do that. You're probably suffering too.
そのようなことはありません。シロに比べれば私は軽傷です。しかし今のは聞き捨てなりませんね。いくら傷が塞がったと言っても、シロは死んでもおかしくない傷だったのです。今は自分の体を案じてください。
I'm calling it right now. Her wounds were insignificant, relatively, because of magic defense, magic resistance. That's my guess. Saber reaches for a basin of water that sits beside her. She draws a towel out of it and wrings it before wiping me off with the cool water. Honestly, what she does mostly just embarrasses me.
シロ、傷が痛むのですか？また熱が出てきたようですが。
I don't have a fever. Okay. We're almost done for the day. I don't have a fever. That's not what I mean. I want you to rest too. You might be fine right now, but you still use Excalibur. You should be resting, or you might collapse again like last time.
まあ、それはそうなのですが、今は私の方が元気ですから。マスターの傷が癒えるまで、私が守るのは当然でしょう。
Well, I guess that makes sense. She's got me there. When she says it like that, I can't really do anything but agree. Fine, I'm going to rest. So I want you to rest too, Saber. I won't be able to sleep knowing you aren't resting.
それはそうですね。私とて睡眠を取らねばならぬ身ですから。
Let's sleep together. Saber nods in agreement, then wrings the towel and hangs it over the edge of the basin. I do my best to swallow my embarrassment as I watch Saber tend to me.
それでは、私も先に休ませていただきます。御身、くれぐれもお大事に。シロ。
Okay.
おやすみなさい。言いそびれましたが、礼を言います、シロ。あなたが助かって、本当によかった。
She can't say I love you. There, under the moonlight, I see Saber smile. Her smile seems fragile. Maybe because of the pale moonlight. Before I get a good look, the door closes. When Saber disappears into her room, I'm struck by a sudden sense of relief, or maybe loneliness. I regret not telling her to stay here and just take my futon while I use my arm as a pillow, but that would be too much for her. Besides, if we did that, it'd remind me of that night. I shake off the image that works its way into my mind. Too many things have happened today. Feels like my entire week has gone by just today. My date with Saber was more challenging than fun. Then we got in an argument and I left, abandoning Saber. And then there was a massive explosion that apparently nobody noticed. No, I shouldn't think of that until I've completely recovered. Not only do we have to deal with Gilgamesh, but we also need to defeat Lancer and whoever his master is. We need to rest, recover, and regroup so that we can be at our best, or else we don't have a chance at winning. This only happened a few hours ago. I guess so. I was just trying to think, like, was it only a few hours ago? I mean, it could have been within 1 hour ago, but okay, sure. I think Saber said something about me being her sheath. At the time, I couldn't ask what she meant. I was in a wreck and near to passing out. Oh, come on. I can't fall asleep. And Saber's dream, her face, resolute even on the brink of death, overlaps with the sight of Saber tending to me. Then I hear her voice saying, "Good night." The image of her frail profile, of her smile, is burned into my mind. It's not a smile I saw in any of my dreams of her life. She says it makes her happier when she sees me smile. That just drives me nuts. I'm not sad, just exasperated. I don't know why it annoys me so much. I actually find myself getting angry. I punch my futon. The desire to lash out in the face of this frustration just completely overwhelms me.
シロ、体の具合が悪いのですか?
A concerned voice drifts in from the other side of the closed door. My breathing is heavy, so she must think I'm having trouble sleeping. No, it's okay. But why are you still awake?
はい。ですが、本当にシロの方はよろしいのですか? まだ苦しいのでしたら、そちらに行きますが。
Maybe I should go over... No, that's even worse. All the pent-up feelings I've been barely holding back will come rushing to the forefront if I see Saber now. Saber, can I talk to you for a bit?
はい。このままでよろしければ。
We start talking through the sliding door. Since I can't actually see her, I think back on that smile, the last expression I saw on her face. She looked so happy. And when I think of it, I find myself getting more frustrated rather than less. I don't know why I'm getting so warm, but I still need to talk to Saber. I have to tell her that even if I don't have the right answer, she's still wrong. My voice trembles, my tongue feels heavy in my mouth. Once I say it, I won't be able to take it back. I'm fully aware of that. It's okay, it's just... Things are fine, so you need to smile for yourself. Some unknown force forces the words from me.
シロ、そんな、どうして?
There shouldn't even be a question. I'll just keep repeating myself until you realize it. Saber, you've done enough. You worked hard enough. You fought so hard, all on your own. That's why it wouldn't be right unless you found happiness. You fulfilled your vow. That gives you the right to go back to being Artoria.
何を言うかと思えば、まだそんなことを言うのですか、あなたは。
Yeah, I'm going to keep saying it. I can't help it. I fell for you, so you should go back to being you. No, Artoria. I suppressed a sudden surge of emotion. I'm on the verge of breaking down. If only Saber would just say something, even a single word.
シロ、私を困らせないでほしい。そのようなことを言われても、私は。
Her answer is unchanged. My heart aches from her
シロ
determination.
は私の過去を知って、私の中に何度も入ってきた。私の答えなどあなたは知っているはずなのに、どうして、そこまで私に構うのです。
What does it mean by physically? It says you've come into me both physically and spiritually. What? Not in this version, I thought. You must have seen all the sins I've committed. Yeah, I have. Many people were sacrificed in the name of the king. Many enemies gone. I have no intention of pretending that didn't happen. Still, knowing this, I want Artoria to be happy. Yeah, so, I don't understand this feeling, but I can't just let you stay like this. I want you to smile, Saber. I want to be with you forever. It's such a childish confession of love. I wait for her answer as the silence stretches out between us. What Saber might be doing or how she might be reacting behind that closed door, I have no idea. Are my words even getting through to her?
私の答えは変わりません。王の誓いは破れない。ふさわしくなかったとはいえ、私は王として国を任せられた。その責務を果たせなかったというのに、そんな自由は許されない。
Her voice is so sad, I can't stand it any longer. I don't want to hear the solitary oaths Artoria took when she became king. I already know it. All this frustration wasn't just so I could hear her lamentations. Wait a second. I can't get the futon covers. The only thing between me and Saber is a sliding door leading to my room. To her room. The door slides softly as I open it. Oh my god! My mind goes blank. What was I so angry about? Why was I so sad? Before me, I see trembling eyes on the verge of tears. I see a slender neck and shoulders so thin, they seem in danger of snapping in a breeze. And I see her golden hair splashed with moonlight, just like when we first met. Without even knowing, I embraced her. I hold her so tight I might break her. Just a mention, just a reminder that Shiro is a Japanese kid who has red hair, and he likes a gaijin who has yellow hair. It's just so funny that in this story they can't even just have like a normal Japanese guy with black hair. It's like, no, he's some weird orange haired type guy that just inexplicably is Japanese but also has orange hair. I don't think that his nationality ever comes into question. It's like, no, he's Japanese. It's different from that night. I didn't feel like this back then. This may sound ridiculous. Even though I was aspiring to be a champion of justice, I never fell in love. There was never someone I couldn't let go of. Saber, it's like she might disappear if I don't hold her tightly enough. I'm not sure how long I hold her, but I relax my embrace after reminding myself that no, she won't disappear.
突然に何を？これは一体どういうことですか？こんなことをされても私は。
She moves slightly in my arms. Her lips tremble. She's about to say something I don't want to hear. So I place my lips over hers to silence her. I'm so badass. She trembles in my arms. I'm looking at Saber, but I'm not seeing anything. Sure. But my sense of touch has grown so much more sensitive now. I can feel the softness of Saber's lips. I look at her, but not with my eyes. with my eyelids closed. Our lips part. Saber places a hand on my chest and pushes me away gently.
シロ、今の口づけは。
She wants to say it was a mistake. Saber looks at me on the verge of tears. It wasn't a mistake. I'll say it as many times as I can. I love you and I can't let you go. Says the now 25-year-old Shiro with lung cancer. If you don't want that, tell me that our relationship is just master and servant. If that's what you really want, then say so directly. Reject me.
卑怯な。そのようなことを口にしろというのですか。あなたは。
Yeah, if you don't tell me directly, I'm not going to hold back. If you don't reject me, I'll just do what I want. Even if it could only make her forget her even if it could only make her forget her vow to be king for a moment. Neither of us says anything for what feels like a long time. I keep holding Saber, feeling her soft, slender body. She's still tense, unsure of herself. All I can hear is our breathing and our hearts beating together. I'm adding flavor text here. How many times did our hearts beat against each other? She pushes a little harder on my chest.
あなたの気持ちには応えられない。あなたがその正しさを変えられないように、私にも変えられないものがある。できるのは、せめて
If
許され
anything,
るとしたら、それは。
what this? Okay, weird dialogue. The pause makes my heart ache. She bites her lip, trembling as if confessing that what we did that night was not permitted. And yet, her body offers no resistance, and the hesitation in her eyes tells me something. Just one night, she's telling me of a hope she feels cannot be fulfilled. She wants to stay like this until the night ends. Saber, I lift my hand, trying to embrace her. Saber takes hold of it.
工具を使いましたから。シロから力をもらわないと、私は戦えません。
So now we got the mana transfer now? Her hushed voice asking for permission falls silent. I have no words. That line of reasoning is so transparent, but it's the best she could do to ask for her wish to come true. Oh, right. But do you know if the connection's still working properly? The connection? I believe this is what's going on here, that they're like, I need mana. What are you talking about? Don't you remember last time? You know, how did we transfer mana before?
はい。今でもシロからの供給は続いています。ですから、回復するためには、
I need to more fully recover. We should. Our bodies have to be close. It's all we can do. All close. This is as close as we can be. Because she is still bound by her oath. I can't break that oath. What oath are we talking about here? Saber moves in my arms. I don't know what to do with the heat of her pressed against me. Holding Saber's slender body in my arms makes my heart beat faster. And I'm ashamed of myself for getting agitated. Saber's cheeks practically glow red. She looks so
です
embarrassed.
のでシロ、お願いです。今晩は共にあなたと眠らせてください。ケンとサヤは共にあれば、その力を取り戻しやすい。それに、あの儀式と同じように、より心身を近づければ。
Mana transfer. Saliva and other bodily fluids can transfer magic in a way that most would consider unnatural. I nod silently. I'm much happier than I am embarrassed. I get to spend the night with Saber in my arms. Our bodies may not touch more than they are now, surely, but we can be more intimate in our hearts. In our hearts. We're fucking. In our hearts. But only in our hearts. We gotta stay virgins because we're so Christian here. I'm glad. Then Shiro.
今夜は私が支度をしますので先に部屋に戻っていただけませんか
What does this even imply if there's no sex? I'll prepare myself. Like what? What are you preparing? We're just holding each other in our arms. What do you mean? Saber stands up. I can't bear to let her go, but we can't stay like this forever. So I'll head back through the sliding door to my room. I turn back to look at Saber before I slide the door shut. It feels like I'm doing something wrong though, so I close the door quite quickly. I don't know why, but I find myself sitting on top of my futon. My mind won't slow down. It's practically doing somersaults just at the thought of sleeping with Saber. This is for her, to help her, to grant one small wish of hers. If I keep on granting these small wishes for her, it'll add up, and maybe Saber will learn to smile. But the war is nearing its end. I don't know how much time we have left to keep doing this.
失礼しますシロ
The sliding door opens. I shake away the depressing thoughts circling my head and look to Saber. I turn and look up at her. She's not naked. I quietly gulp. Oh right, she has her hair down though. Oh, peak, I guess. She is a figure of pure white in the darkness. Seeing her, all that restless worry I felt melts away. She's just too beautiful. My heart is unclouded
お
now.
かしいでしょうかこの格好は
No, absolutely not. It's just that you're so beautiful. I don't know what to do. I mutter something unintelligible about how difficult it makes things when a girl's too pretty. Even if I explained it to Saber, she wouldn't understand, but my mind's practically sorted out.
そちらに行ってもよろしいですかシロ
Oh, sure. For the first time, I realized she has beautiful, perfect toes. I just would like to mention that too many people are like, oh, why are there all these degenerate toe lovers or feet lovers and in so many movies and stuff? And it's like, this is consistent. This isn't like, oh, it's just a few directors. No. It's like most of them. While Saber walks across the tatami mat floor to get close, I get off the futon and pull the blanket back for her. I realize I'm one pillow short for the two of us to sleep together, but it's too late. Saber and I sit side by side next to the futon. One room, one futon. But Saber's was me. I shouldn't be having any impure thoughts. But you literally just said you love her. I shouldn't have any impure thoughts though. But my face feels like it's on fire. I can't even look at
お
Saber.
先にどうぞシロ
No, you go ahead, Saber. Well, we're not going to get anywhere like this. So I hurry into the futon to make room for Saber. I thought I would give her the pillow, but she gently pushes it
これ
back
は
to
シ
me.
ロに
Yeah. I was mentioning it earlier that like if they were going to talk about mana transfer, they would have done it earlier. So, but they did say we have to be together like we were last time. But it's like, wait, last time it was just transferring the magic circuits to Saber and that's it. So what do you mean do the same as last time? Oh, it's mana transfer. You should take this, Shiro. I would like to use your arm as my pillow.
腕を枕にさせてください
Yeah, this is what we get instead. Oh, can I use your arm as my pillow? So seductive. Yeah. Her words, barely a whisper, make my heart skip a beat. But in the original version, they're just hardcore fucking. It's like they're so chaste here, and they're like completely opposite of chaste in the original version. Saber is surprisingly calm as she nestles into my arms. It's like she's settled in herself more than I am. It's like she's settled in herself more than I am now that I'm holding her. A blade and its sheath. Symbolism. I remember Saber's words. Saber's about to drift off, pillowed on my arm like a sword in its sheath. Her warm, soft scent so close and it calms rather than excites me. Saber's hand reaches for my hand. I I take it inside the blanket and I entwine my fingers with her. The most intimate thing a Japanese person can possibly do in their entire existence. And we drift off to sleep in silence. But before that, Saber, I call out to her as she lays beside me. I want to ask her at the end. I want to hear again why I desire her so much.
これなら朝までには魔力の補充ができる。これで明日からあなたのサーバントとして戦います。
Saber,
今はそれだけです。
this is all I need, Shiro.
私の役割はあなたの身を守りきり、聖杯を手にすることだけです。戦いを終わらせるまで、それ以外のことなど考えられない。そうでしょう、シロ。
Just flashbanging me here. Sheesh. You have decided to fight to end this war. Was there any... I mean, I thought that's what we were doing already. Now that we've killed 5 out of the 7, or really 5 out of the 6, but you know, whatever. 5 out of the 7 servants. I guess I'm gonna get serious about ending this war now. I can't argue that point. If we want to solve our problem, we first need to end this war. To start, I won't be able to protect Saber unless I defeat the man who's after her. But is there really a way for us to defeat the King of Heroes? While the two of us lie quiet, we look out into the tranquil darkness. I don't know how much time passes. My eyelids grow heavy, my body cries out for rest. But our entwined fingers stay warm. Fingers. Saber. Yes.
考えるのは明日にしましょう、シロ。明日になれば良い案が浮かぶかもしれませんし、それに。
She's whispering so lightly, I can barely hear. She just wants to sleep together like this. She holds my hand gently as she says so. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
おやすみなさい、シロ。目を覚ましたら、またいつもの私たち。
Matters will return to normal. What a weird way to put that. I lean my face close to hers and close my eyes. The last thing I see is Saber smiling warmly. I don't care if that moment of vulnerability was only for tonight. The hand holding mine right now is so warm. See, why are we not getting an image of her face right here? That seems kind of weird to just be black screen and being like, her smile was really good though. Trust me, bro. I can't show you, but it was magical. It's more than enough for me, and I fall into a satisfied sleep. The end of battle. Once everything is over, I'm not sure I can keep holding this hand. And then silence settles in. Like, just a little longer, just a little longer, just a little longer. It's like, oh my gosh, we get it, we get it. Sheesh, guys. Yeah, let's do this one. Getting up to the church. But yeah, so that's it for today. So that was a Utopia. Oh, I can't wait. So that was a solid 4-hour stream just for one day. Give them credit, they're consistent. They are consistent. Although I don't know, there definitely were some 2-hour days sometimes. I mean, I knew it was going to be a little long, but it was like, okay, the dates, it's a good length, but okay, it's fine. And then, okay, we meet Gilgamesh. Okay, it's going a little longer than I was expecting, but it's a big fight, so that makes sense. Oh, now we have a big, long bed scene. I don't know. It'll be interesting for me to go back and look exactly how long each section was. I think the date was like an hour and a half, and then like the fight was an hour and a half, and then the bed was like an hour, maybe? I'll have to check. 'Cause yeah, that's kind of crazy. Actually, yeah, what does the flowchart look like? So you could have just die. Just die. So this is making me wonder how far along the true Saber Pass I am right now. because most of these were not Saber decisions, as far as I can tell. Because if they were Saber decisions, they would have this heart thing. And I did pick the Saber decision like 2 out of 3 times, I think it was. If I go back through here, I'm sure I can look. But yeah, then you have like, here's Ilya, but I still picked the Saber decision. Oh no, but then I picked the wrong one here. I think this is the only one I picked wrong though. And I don't even know why it was wrong either. Wait, what? Yeah, just a reminder, we never hear from about these 2 servants ever again in this route, as far as I'm aware. Like you got Ilya, and then don't worry about it. They're just at the castle, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, as much as I would like to do multiple days, I don't know, like originally I was planning to do an 8-hour stream today, but then I was like, oh man, I really gotta finish some other stuff. So like, I don't know, even if I did an 8-hour stream, it would only be 2 days probably. I think that there's only 2 days left, maybe even just 1, possibly, but it would be an extra long day. It really could be 1 day left though. But I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do at least a 6-hour stream tomorrow, but we'll see if that's copium. we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, thanks for watching, and just one more step to the end. we're almost there. I've been saying for the last 2 days, I think, of playing this game. But yeah, see you next time.